I'll try and get this to work. How do we? Also on the other face. Hello. See a few of you come on. How's it going? Can you let me know, because I've just doing a new Instagram live as well that you can link up. I think that answers my question. I can hear it coming back to me. So hang on a minute. I've got to try and get this Instagram to mute. Oh, there we go. Ah, beautiful. There we go. So I've just muted that now. So hopefully people can still hear me on Instagram live, but won't be able to hear it rattling in the background of this. Right. So how are you? How are we all? Did you have all good Christmas? Hey, Frank. Be Happy New Year soon as well, won't it? What's that? Sunday night, and I'm actually going out for New Year's Eve as well. Believe it or not, with Lainey Lou. All the best to her as well. She's not very well at the moment. She's having a big come down from the Christmas day. Merry Christmas, Jonathan. Hello, Anne. Hope you're good. Right, so all you guys here, look, it says evening, boss. Someone's waved to me here. Hopefully, I can get you guys and girls to press on the link. You can either come out of this video, click on the blue link in the post, and then come back in the video, and then I should be able to see your name. Or I'm going to do what I'm going to do now. And I'm going to copy the link now. So I should be getting John on in a minute. And then I'm going to just pasting it in there now. So my comment will come up, look. And I'll do it in all of my groups. So this is in my group that I've just done it. You click on that link and it should let you see, like I can see Gary there. Hope you've had a good Christmas, Gary. Happy New Year to you all. Yes, thank you, Sue. Hope you have. So I can see Sue there, look. Can see Sophie. Hi, Sophie. Then I can see you guys when they make comments. Hi, Annette. How's it going? Happy Christmas and New Year to you too. Oh, hello from the Red Car Bear Speedway. Beautiful. So hopefully they'll click on as well, but at least I can see that they've wrote that. And there's someone there look, that I can't see. So all those ones like that, it'll just come up as Facebook user. So if you're in my group, please click on this that I've just put in here. And now I'm just going to go onto my own Facebook as well to put that in there as well, so that you've got. So I'm going to go in the comments now and click on there as well. Put the link in there as well. So I've just put the link in there as well, and then I'm going to do it on my Facebook page as well. I'm going to copy and paste onto that live as well, so in case you're on that one. So we should have now, hopefully, all three. And apparently you can comment on Twitter now. Before you could only just watch on Twitter, but now apparently you can make comments on Twitter. And obviously I've just mentioned roughly just said quickly about that I'm now hopefully live on the Motocross and Speedway Memories Instagram as well. First time, so should be fun. Hi Tina, Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you as well, Martin. Hi. What is? Yep. When I posted that out, it seemed everyone was keen for a little bit of fun on over Christmas time. And I've been speaking about John about doing it. So also I've got to say as well, before I carry on talking gibber, is that big happy birthday to my Popolina, Poppy. She's 11 today. And we've been out in the town. Then we both got bored. And then now she's gone back home. But yeah, Poppy's 11 today. Poppy Grace Ashby. So she's now 11 now, already rolling on teenager style. There's Mr. Hurry. How's you doing, Paul? Thank you very much for that message. That was mint, wasn't it? It was the Ashby on a vehicle reg. Was that actually you behind that, Paul, or did someone else send you that, or was that you actually behind the vehicle? Because a few people asked me that. Yes, roll on 2024, buddy. Hopefully I'll have news of the Motocross and Speedway Members Reunion soon as well, because it's going to be in April 2024, so that'll soon come around as well. It's only 4 months on the way, isn't it? So got to get that cracking. Also got the competition still going on this Golden Hammer. There you go. It's from 1985. They basically give all these to the riders that were in the field. So I'm presuming all these went to all 16 riders. I'd love to actually know the exact rider it was, because it was always a class field, and it's probably stronger than most of the GPs are now. And same as a one-off world finals. Not sure what that is, but hopefully they'll click on my link. Evening, Simon. You're all good on YouTube. Hi, Rich. Yeah, hopefully it'll be good. Not sure who that is, but hopefully they'll click on the link. Hi, Stephen. Ah, Ben Barker. How's it going, my friend? Got to get Mr. Barker on. We've already got 100 in here live already, so we know we're going to have fun tonight. Christmas special with JD. Got to get Mr. Barker in as well. I think I've messaged Mr. Barker. I'd like to get you in, Ben. That'd be good. I reckon we'd have some fun for a couple of hours. Some good reminiscing. Get some pictures up on the screen. Like that. Oh, look, that's a beauty, isn't it? I love that helmet, that RA helmet that JD had. Must have had that sprayed up. Look at the old gold stars on the old mouthpiece there. So make sure you check it in. What else did I have to say? I said first time I'm live on Instagram as well. So we're live on my Twitter, live on free Facebooks, and my YouTube channel. Got the Golden Hammer competition I've just mentioned. You can message me about that. Numbers 1 to 60 is all. It's only going to be 60 maximum in the live draw. So contact me on that. Golden Hammer. There it is. Look, all 16 riders in the field for this 1985 one. I think it was won by Kenny Carter and Hans Nielsen, and Eric Gunderson were on the podium with him. Also wanted to say a big thank you to the man Tim Chambers. You'll see all his details going across the bottom of here from Chambers Racing Motocross Team. Also look, Chambers Engineering. There's the website at the bottom as well. Big thanks to him. Also just want to send our love to his wife as well. She's not been too well, so all the best to her, and hopefully she's feeling a little bit better soon. So much love to them guys, and thank you, Mr. Tim Chambers. Hooked me up with a vehicle, with a van. Much appreciated for that. My car was absolutely ruined and I was pretty screwed, and he helped me out big time. So massive thanks to him. Really appreciate it. Great guy. He's also involved not only with his big motocross team in the British Championships and everything. He's helps out riders as well at Speedway, and I did meet him at Oxford Speedway recently to watch the Chargers. So yeah, so it's exciting stuff as well. Oxford next year with 3 teams, so I'm sure I'm going to get down there quite a bit next year. Ah, Mr. Graham Hurry, how's it going? Got both Harrys on. Brilliant. Hope you're good, Graham. Hope you had a good Christmas, and Happy New Year to you all. Merry Christmas, Richard. Yeah, going into car park. Not sure who that is, but hopefully they can get linked on. Evening, Mike. I got you on there, my friend. Apparently there's going to be a Westlake Day at Scunthorpe on June the 8th. Oh, I'd like to go and see one of these as well. Love to see one of these. Don't know how many places you got, Gary. Maybe you can come back on and say how many places you got there for this. Are you running this Westlake Day, Gary? Oh, Mr. Chambers, there he is. This high-tech stuff is probably different. You're on though, Tim, so you're sorted. Hope you're good, my friend. Hope the wife's not feeling too bad. Hope she's feeling a little bit better. Fingers crossed for her. And much love to you guys. Hi, Lee. Yeah, might might be a bit of bleeping tonight. Hello, Mark. How's it going? Merry Christmas, Mr. Darren Wilson. He did message me as well before I come on and said, tell Mr. Davis that it's his turn to ring me. When's that event on as well in New Zealand, Darren? Let me know. Hopefully you'll get clicked on. Not sure who that is, but hopefully they get on. We've got well over 100 people on here now, so Mr. Davis will be here soon. Merry Christmas, Mark. Hopefully he's all good down at Chippenham. What's going on with the track hire down there? I haven't confirmed anything with a reunion yet. Maybe we could go down there. I've raced there in a BSMA finals, and I think that one was 1996. Quite sandy track. Lots of all weather down there. They have the practice down there. It's called Chippenham. Is it still called? Wild Tracks as well, isn't it, Mark? Highly hope. Happy New Year to you. Yeah, should be good, Susan. Hopefully it'll all be good. Keep you entertained for a couple of hours. Get your dry roasted and salted peanuts out, and your beers and your gins and all that. Look, check this out. Even I'm drinking some lager. Not sure if it's for the nerves or scared what's going to happen. Scared what's going to be said. Yeah, hopefully so. I don't know if a few of you, yes, run it and. Okay, so this Westlake Day on the, I'm just going to go back. I'm sure it was said the 8th of June. Yeah, June the 8th. Scunthorpe, preferably bring a Westlake along. But I'm gathering there is an option to bring something else if you can't. But ideally bring a Westlake for the Westlake Day. Look, June the 8th. Gary O'Hare is running that. Wouldn't mind going up to one of them. I'd love to watch and maybe bring the photography, bring the camera. Yes, 100%, Andrew. Should be beautiful. Hello, Kerry. Not sure who that is, but Merry Christmas to you. I know, we keep talking about this. When we get Nigel on? Let's sort that out in January as well. I've got some cool news as well. I spoke to Hans Nielsen the other day. I have done the live with him before. I did promise I won't keep him on for 3 hours like I did the first time. But Hans Nielsen's going to be on in January as well, so I've got to sort out a date with that. I've also spoken to Nicky Pedersen, and he said we'll go in January. So fingers crossed I shall nail down Mr. Pedersen. Hopefully going to nail down Nicky Pedersen this month as well. Also had some mad news as well from the motocross side of things. Strokes Supercross is that I'm going to be doing French megastar Jean-Michel Bale, JMB. Blow my head that way. Absolutely mental. Lars Munkendale. How's it going, Lars? Who was I speaking to earlier as well? Preben Eriksson. I want to get Preben Eriksson as well. Nigel Flatman. A few Ipswich and Wolves boys there. Wishing you a happy new year. Looking forward to JD tonight. Merry Christmas, Peter. So I'm just going to go back on this again, just for before John comes on. Look, I've put it there, look, on my page. That's the link you need to click on to make your thing there, look, like British Speedway star Benjamin Barker there. You can see your names, look. Hi, Stephen. Otherwise, if you don't click on this link to give your Facebook privacy permission, you'll just be as Facebook user like that. And then if you do a question, I won't be able to quote you on screen. But if you come and make a comment like that, and you give a question, I can put it on screen, quote you on screen to John himself, etc. That I've posted it on my Facebook and the group one as well. So hopefully all these guys and girls will click on the link. You can either just come out of this video and then go on to the post this video's on, and you'll see a little blue link. I'll even show you, because the man's going to be on any second now. And then hopefully we'll get as many of you set up as we can. Right, there you go, look. So basically you would come out of this video that you're in watching now. If you're on Facebook, come out, look, come onto the post without clicking on the video. And there it says, look, I'm going live. Before leaving a comment, please grant StreamYard permission to see your name at StreamYard.com. Look, you just click on that blue link. and then your name will come up like Tina there, like that, instead of like that. Otherwise, you'll quote me a question, and it's a bummer, and I don't know who I'm actually talking to. So I've got a load of questions here in front of me as well. I'm sure you guys and girls will have loads of questions as well. Quick little thing just to put it out there. A few things I've got down. Well, obviously, I'm going to ask him some stuff at the start, and then I'm going to say who are the best riders to team ride with in your career and why. Who are the worst team riders to ride with and why. Best changing rooms in the British League, the worst changing rooms, favourite tracks, worst tracks. Oh, God, I'm scared of some of the answers. Who's the biggest influence in your career? Who was your closest friends in Speedway? Who were the riders during your career you needed eyes in the back of your head for? Who were the best teammates to be around and why? Who were the worst teammates? God, don't know if I should ask him then. Who were the best and worst promoters and why? Jesus. And who are the best team managers and not so good team managers? And by the way, this is all fun and games, by the way. Don't be taking anything too seriously what I say, but I'm sure it'd be funny. John said he would do a lot of swearing. I'm sure he is. Yes, you're on, Mr. Cunningham. How are you going? Got to get Glenn hooked down for a date as well. Mr. Cunningham. Enjoyed watching him race at Swindon. Raced at, had a good time at Reading as well, didn't you, Glenn? And Peterborough. Just trying to think of else. But it'd be good to get Glenn Cunningham on. I like getting all the pictures together. That's one of my favourite parts of all this as well. It does take a long time, but I do go in all sorts of places online hunting down pictures, which I love. So I love all that part. Somerset. So hopefully I'm going to message. I'm just going to write down that I've just seen Mr. Barker and Mr. Cunningham that I want to chase up and Mr. Flatman. So I'll chase those guys up and try and get a date in January with those. But like I said, Nicky Pedersen I spoke to, and he was going to sort me out a date in January. While John's getting excluded for the 2-minute time allowance. Right, how's John getting on? Let's chase him up. Excluded for the 2-minute time allowance now. So click on at 1/4 It's now 18 minutes past, John. But I will give him some grace. I did say to him if you need a little bit more time, because I know he was rushing back from Longleat. I know he's been working at Longleat Safari Park all over Christmas, I think New Year as well. So I knew he would be getting himself ready. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Richardson. How's it going? Are you back from India yet? Back in Dubai? How's it going? We've got to get Miss Man on as well. Let's write that down. So I can message these guys again afterwards. Mr. Richardson, these are the ones that I got to sort out. And I just saw Mr. Cunningham say that he can do a live, but after January. So Mr. Cunningham's busy in January. So I'll put Feb and onwards. Even I'm getting older in Feb. 47. Oh, is the man down here? Can you hear me, John? Won't be able to hear you until I bring you in the screen, but you can hear my ugly self. We got well over 100 people on live already. I've had Mr. Richardson, Mr. Cunningham, who else has been on? Benjamin Barker. They're all on here. Hello, Dewey. How's it going? Right then, let's get the video going, because I can see the man himself is waiting down in my screen. Right, here we go then. Let's get rocking on.
You thought I was playing? Huh. Child's playing.
Woo! Christmas special with JD. Here we go. Hopefully we can get the man on.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
JD, how's it going, my friend?
Yeah, good. Haven't been eaten by any lions yet, so yeah, it must be a bonus. Isn't it?
Funny you should say that. Colin Richardson just brought that up.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, okay. He messaged me earlier on this afternoon. Right, Big C. Yep. No, we've been there 37 days now, 38 days now, and straight, and we haven't been eaten by any lions yet, so all going well.
Oh, we've had lots of riders in here already as well. I've just seen Paul Hurry and Graham Hurry's has been in here. Now Gary Stead's just joined us. Evening Christmas and good evening, Mavis.
Right, steady, you cheeky little shit. Typical northerner.
Yeah. So you've been flat out with the work in up at Longley then?
Yeah, we've been we've been there since the 10th of November, 11th of November.
Flipping out. So it's busy there then.
Yeah, and we're there until the 7th of January.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, really busy, which is good.
Very Christmassy there.
Yeah. To be fair, I haven't been all the way around, but yeah, it's pretty spectacular. So it's great for the kids.
Yeah,
I hate kids though.
What sort of age are we talking about, JD?
Well, there's some nice MILFs there.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah, no, there's. Kids of all ages, from sort of prams to 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds.
Yeah.
It's a real family thing, and it is really, really spectacular.
Yeah.
So it's not cheap to go in, but it is. It's definitely worth the money. Definitely worth the spend.
Cool. So we got so many people online. Jesus. Well, I wonder why they get so entertained by you, Mr. Davis.
I don't know, but I've made a promise to myself. I'm going to swear tonight.
Oh, flipping out! You leaving it to me, are you?
Yeah. I'll let you do it.
How many people have you promised that?
Just myself.
All right. Okay. We'll see how we get on.
No more Johnny fuck.
Right, here we go. So Simon's coming up with a question already. Was the Cradley team of 1983 the best team that JD rode against in his career?
No, I don't think so. I think some of the Bellevue teams are obviously very, very strong. Funny enough, I was last night, that picture I sent you earlier, I was looking through a couple of really old scrapbooks.
Yeah.
And that was where I found that photograph, and it just made me laugh.
There we go.
And but there was a load of press cuttings in. I think there was something like 30 scrapbooks, but there was a load of press cuttings. It was 78, and I looked at the Bellevue team. They were riding at Oxford, and that obviously is in Oxford, and it's not Bellevue. That's at Canterbury. But there was, the Bellevue team in the 70s was phenomenal. People like Soren Joston, PC, Chris Pusey, people like Paul Tyra. Paul Tyra was a mega rider. Should have been a lot better than he was, but they were super talented. Eric Broadbelt used to frighten everybody, but Bellevue had some really good teams. Cradley, obviously Cradley, they were phenomenal, weren't they? And around that era, they had the Americans. They brought the Americans over. Obviously, started with Bruce, and then you had sort of Bobby and Lance, people like that coming over as well. So yeah, they were really, really strong and entertaining. Great entertainment value. And then you had the Queen of the Danes. You had Eric. Eric was probably the best rider there ever was.
Got our Danish friend Frank Sorensen here. He's just put, who do you think was the best Dane in your time? You just mentioned Eric Gunders as well.
I've just said it. Eric by a country mile. Eric was entertainment, wasn't he? He was one of the boys. He was, he was super good, super good. Very, very, his kit was very professionally maintained and prepared. Eric he left nothing to chance. Hans obviously was very, very good, but Eric was, we're really good mates. Always been very close friends. I'm not saying Hans was my friend, or that's why I've chosen Eric, but I just think Eric was the more complete rider, in my opinion, for what it's worth.
Awesome. And that's what we're listening to.
Hans was a tad boring. And he'll kill me for saying that, because when I went to the Golden Helmet about 4 years ago, Hans was there as well, and we went out for dinner together and stuff. But Eric was, for me, was the one.
Fair enough. Got Stephen Brown in the ears. Put what was it like riding with the England team of 1980?
The England team of 1980 was a fucking marvelous team. It was, we were very fortunate at that time. We had how many world-class riders? You could probably have put out 2 or 3 England teams at the World Cup that year and still won it.
Yeah,
with the third team, probably. We were very fortunate to have strength in depth. The riders were charismatic, and we were all there for one another. It worked. 77 as well. It was with another team I was very fortunate to be part of at the World Cup, and it was just England was so strong. It's very sad that it's the way it is now, but England were so very, very strong then.
It was so strong, wasn't it?
Yeah, and when we all loved what we were doing. That was the thing. We loved doing what we were doing.
I've got a question here from John Allen. He put, "Hi John, who was your favourite rider when you started out?" So I presume he means like
it had to be Brigo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brigo, because Neil and I were very fortunate that the riders used to go and stay at Neil's, and we got to know them. We were like starstruck kids. Well, we were kids and we were starstruck. But people like Brigo and Wayne Briggs used to work for my dad at the caravan park, and he lived at Ken and Bridget's. And then Brigo had come down, and we'd be just like trying to impress him with our push bike antics, and it was just, we grew up in that environment. We were very, very, very lucky. But Brigo was my hero then, without any shadow of a doubt. Torbjorn Harrison as well, a very spectacular rider from Sweden, and he was something else as well. But Brigo was the man.
The man, yeah.
Especially because you knew him as well. There was a connection there.
Yeah,
which obviously makes it more interesting. Water, not vodka.
Right, I've just had a message from my older daughter Sophie, because it was my youngest daughter Poppy's 11th birthday today, so we've got to say happy birthday to her, John. She's 11
I think
today.
you should sing happy birthday, don't you?
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Poppy. Happy birthday to you.
Way, there you go, Pops. On a live with a legend. Happy birthday. Beautiful. She'll be happy with that. Oh, my mum's on as well, John. The mum's on.
Tut tut.
Tut tut. That's a Skippy impression. So that's when if you ever swear, she's like Skippy the kangaroo. She'll go.
Fuck me.
Yeah. Drives me mad. Catches me and Jamie out all the time.
Yeah, I can well imagine.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that we're nearly 50, but
yeah.
Right, we've got lots of questions coming in. Can't even go and look at mine yet. Right. So who's got here? We've got Richard Scriven here. He's put, who was the best rider you were paired with in any team that you rode for? Who did you gal with as a team rider?
Neil, I always enjoyed riding with Neil because we kind of understood each other. We had the understanding that, we didn't even have to talk about it. We just rode well together.
Yeah.
Schwartzy was very, very good to ride with at Reading.
Mm-hmm.
He was really good to, again, he was somebody that would normally be around the inside, and do my own thing, but we always got on well together. And Lance King at King's Lynn.
Oh, yeah,
was
yeah.
another one. Yeah, I enjoyed riding with Lance a lot, and Jimmy Nelson at Swindon. So I'd say probably they were the four that were really the people that I enjoyed riding with. You know, you never even really discussed which starts you were having. Okay, later on in life, the starts were chosen for you, but when you had the options of starts, you know, we never, with those riders, it was, yeah, I'd just go off the outside, they'd go off the inside 90% of the time.
Because that was that 1980 you won the league with Reading? That was with Swartz, and I think that was Martin's
That's correct.
last
Yeah,
year.
it was 1980. We won the league with Reading. There was
There you go.
Jan, Bobby, myself, and Bobby getting carried away, Mr. Boogaloo.
There it is.
And,
look.
and Mr. Personality there almost going to wave. No, it's cruel. Jan was a really good team man. You know, that year, everyone again that year. You know, obviously you had Martin. Martin was down at number 6.
Yeah, he did last
Like
year.
Bernie Lee, Bobby Schwartz, Jan, myself, Tony B. You know, Tony was very unfortunate of hurting himself when he hurt himself because he would have been a seriously good rider.
All right, then give it to us straight. Who was the worst team riders?
Who was the what?
Who was the worst to team ride with?
The worst to team ride with?
Got to be a few of them.
Yeah, I don't know. There's quite a few of those around. Not the worst to team ride with, but Kevin Smith at Paul. We always used to get in each other's way.
Yeah, yeah.
They insisted on pairing us together for quite a while.
Yeah.
And it just didn't work out. And that was, you know, nothing against Kevin or, you know, we were great mates. But, yeah, it just when it came to riding together, it didn't work. We didn't gel. It didn't really work.
Got Anthony Douglas here, just put hi Lee and hi John. Do you remember the Italian rider that you rode with at King's Lynn?
Armando Del Chielli.
I was racking my brain then quickly doing that.
No, Armando Del Chielli, and he was a really good motorcyclist.
Yeah,
Could wheelie a bike for miles, but yeah, he wasn't the best speedway rider in the world, but he was charismatic. He was Italian. The women used to love him, but he just he was very erratic when it came to sort of he wasn't consistent. If he'd been more consistent, he would have been really good. On his day, he was very, very good.
I've been talking to Amanda Castagna quite a bit as well because I've been trying to get him on.
Armando.
Mando, yeah. He was a character as well, stylish.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. No, I've done a couple of trips to Argentina with Armando, you know, and he's good company. He's good company.
Yeah.
knows how to entertain people.
Okay. That's good. Looks like Paco's carrying on in the same way in the family tradition. He's a bit of a character as well. He was good fun.
Yeah, I don't really know much about Paco. I've seen him ride a few times in part of it, some places like that. But I think Armando should have helped him more. I don't think Armando helped him as much as he could have done at the beginning of his career. And obviously he would have benefited from that extra help. But it's a family thing, isn't it? You never know what goes on behind closed doors.
No. Someone's just mentioned. All right, here we go. Darren Reynolds on YouTube. He's put, did John ever forgive Ivan after the incident at White City in the Intercontinental Final? I think he mentioned to me this.
No, definitely never, ever forgave him for that.
Didn't you? What exactly? Take us through it for the ones that don't know, John, what actually happened?
We both needed to win our last race. We met it was our last race, I think. No, beg your pardon. Maybe we had one more race each, but we were both desperate for the win. And we clashed. We came off the start. I was off the inside up. I think Ivan was off 3 or 4. And he came right across on me, and I was going out at the same time. And we touched, you know, but Ivan being Ivan made a bit of a scene about it. And, you know, this is no disrespect to Ivan because he was, again, probably the most professional, greatest rider there's ever been.
Yeah.
But he laid on the track, and his friend was a referee called Gunter Sorber. or the referee was his friend that was called Gunter Sorber. And they excluded me. I didn't fall off my bike. Ivan came off and just lay on the track, refusing to move. They stopped the race, and I was excluded. It shouldn't have been. Nobody should have been excluded. It should have been all four back in. And that, he actually won the world final. He went out and won the rerun of that race, and obviously qualified for the world final, and then won it. And when I did congratulate, I was reserved for the world final. When I congratulated him, he just said, "That means more coming from you than anybody." But I was pretty pissed about it. Really pissed about it, because it was a good year for me, and that's Speedway. It's water under the bridge now. That was my past life.
Yeah.
But it was very, very, very annoying, especially when he went and won the world final.
Yeah. I suppose at the end, like you said, all these little things that go the wrong way or the other way, it's all fine lines, isn't it? There's a lot.
Very much so. And it was it was one of those things in my life that, ifs and buts and maybes and very fine lines, like you say. And it would have been, how many people maybe would have been world champion if things just gone slightly different one way or another. There's that's fate, isn't it? If it's meant to be, it'll be. If it's not, it won't. Shit happens in life.
Yeah, for sure. Graham Hurries just said, haha, Elaine says, hi, best man.
Yeah, I was, hi, Elaine, how are we? Hope you keep looking after him, keeping him in his place. I was their best man at when they got married.
Ah, right, nice.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
Might have been 6 years ago. I can't remember exactly. But I had the honor of being the best man. And Graham I've known all my life. He's I met him probably when I was about 11 or 12 years old. His dad, Graham, was obviously grass tracking, and they used to camp where they'd come down to Dorset. And obviously we had a holiday park, and Graham and his family came there to stay. And I was all excited because I saw these bikes, grass track bikes in the back of the trailer on the caravan park. Yeah. Ended up becoming mates for about 200 years now. And really good mates, very, very good mates. And that was, they made a regular thing of staying down at the caravan park then when they were ever in the area, and I'd go to the grass track meetings with Graham, which I used to love doing. He was a very, very good rider.
And I've been had some fun with Paul Hurry as well. He sent me a message today, actually. I'm not sure if Bruce Pennell's on, because my mum's just put hi, Bruce.
Yeah, okay.
She's trying
that is the height of insults.
Yeah. Mr. Barney Kennett's on. He's just put
his mum to go to Specsavers. I thought she was such a nice lady.
She always she sends me like photo, screenshots. She goes, "Look, Bruce Pennell just liked my post," and stuff like that.
Oh God, that is really sick.
Oh, Peter Schrock, here he is. He's put, "Who's your favourite German?"
Herman the German is definitely my favourite German. I've known Peter all his life, I think. His dad brought him to a training school at Reading. And picked him out of the fence many times. He's obviously got very fat now and unfit, but really, really, really good friends. We started off the catering together as well. Went a little bit sideways, but when we started doing the catering, Peter was involved as well, but that all went a little bit wrong, but unfortunately. But very, very good friends. Very good friends. Apart from when we used to pee up each other's legs in the shower at Diedenbergen.
Did you? Oh, I've seen that in the football showers a few times with some people.
Ivan was the first person that ever did it to me. We were at Exeter, and I'd beaten him in Heat 1.
Yeah.
And we're in the changing rooms afterwards, like washing your hair and talking. And he said, "Ever had that feeling some cunt's pissing up your leg?" And I'm like, I didn't quite understand. I was only young. And then I realised. Yeah,
he actually was. Oh,
he was.
Right. We've actually got Mr. Pennell is actually on. He's put, "What's up, JD?"
Okay, Bruce. How are you? No,
She'll be screenshotting that as well, Bruce.
Yeah,
Rave said,
yeah,
"Hi,
yeah,
Jenny."
yeah, yeah.
Hi, Jenny.
Bruce, go away. Juicy Brucey.
Juicy Brucey. I swear I think I put a picture of you two on here as well. Let me see if I can find it.
Bruce and I met, the first time we met was in California.
There we go.
And yeah, that's a really old, that wasn't when we met in California, but I think that was probably 1980, 81 maybe.
Might be
But
Swindon,
we met
actually.
that. Yeah, it is Swindon. Definitely. Definitely. We met in California. I'd flown back from New Zealand with Ivan and Barry, and all the superstars were doing the rest of the world against America. And I met Bruce, and he gave me his cowboy hat when I left California.
Yeah.
And listen, Bruce was a superstar too, wasn't he? I mean, he was major. Yeah. He was major. He used to shave his chest. You know that? You can see in that picture.
Not surprised the amount of when I've looked up his pictures, he's got so many pictures. Yeah, I think he had more pictures in the magazines than you, John, with your.
Yeah.
You've had some quite good ones, haven't you, in the old magazines?
Yeah, it was the hat, Bruce. It was the hat that fucked my hair.
Well, Gavin says you look like Andrew Silver, apparently.
Oh, great. Fucking knives are out tonight, aren't they?
Oh, legend. I can't cope with this. All these legends on watching. What's going on? Yeah, he's Mr. Paul Harry's just said evening to you too.
Evening, Paul.
Our showers were always warm, lover.
Yeah, they were. A bit funny colour as well, sort of yellowy, and they steamed a bit too, you know.
A bit dehydrated, eh?
Yeah. Funny smell.
Oh God. Matt Stevens, I know he's a Reading man. He's just put, "Hi JD, proper Speedway legend, great rider. The man made the late great Rico. Just amazing what it was like. What was it like working with Lee?"
Working with Lee, it was a challenge. Colin just phoned me up out of the blue and just said, "Look, I've got problems with Lee. I don't know if you've ever seen him ride." And I just said, "No, I didn't even know he was riding." And well, that was a lie. Because he was at Poole, or he was trying to get into the team at Poole, and he was having a rough ride. Always had good times with JD. Yeah, we had some brilliant times, Bruce. Brilliant times.
Legend.
But we can't talk about those on here, probably.
No.
But yeah. So Colin asked me if I'd have a look at Lee and maybe give him a hand. And I just said, yeah, I'd have a talk to him after a meeting at Poole one night and see how we got on. And he was genuinely a really, really nice kid. But he was afraid. You know, he'd drop the clutch about a second after everybody else and wonder why he wasn't getting to the first corner. And when he did get to the first corner in front, all he'd do is look behind. And it was a confidence thing. He had to, Speedway is confidence. Any sport is 75% of it is in the brain. And Lee just, he hadn't got any confidence in himself. And Colin and him were rowing all the time. So I gave Lee a couple of my engines to ride, and it worked for him. And it went really, really well. You know, it's history, isn't it? He'd phone me up between races from when I couldn't go with him. You know, what do you think I should do? I'd say, change the main jet, change the timing, or try different things. You know, and 90% of the time it would work. But it was just like maybe like a comfort blanket to him, knowing that you were there in the background if you needed him. But when we travelled together, I used to go abroad with him, you know, to the sort of international meetings and stuff.
Yep.
And we just laughed from the moment we left to the moment we got back home again. And it was good for him, you know. And just any young Speedway rider, they need to go abroad. It's no good riding at Eastbourne or riding at Wolverhampton, or they have to go abroad to be educated. And they have to learn to stand on their own 2 feet abroad. That was why when the Americans came here, they had to stand on their own 2 feet. And it was the making of them. Rather than riding at Costa Mesa. You know, Costa Mesa and the small tracks in America were great for training. But when it came to growing up and becoming worldly wise and getting that experience of life, basically. You know, it's very important for the kids to travel when they're very young and not be holding on to their mum and dad's trouser legs or skirts or whatever it is. But that's what makes people. It's the traveling.
So you must have been proud of that as well, because he obviously turned that around from, like you said, from that situation, turned into an amazing start, one of the best starters out there. And then
Yeah, I mean, we used to practice. We would go out after the meeting at Paul, and he would do 50 starts, 20 starts, whatever it took. We would go out there and he'd just do starts, and you know, that's Speedway is 75% of it's about making a gate, isn't it? If you can make the start and then just, you know, be sensible for 4 laps, you're going to win races. And but he had this fear thing, you know, and once he conquered that, then obviously, you know, he was off and running. But yeah, he made me very, very proud. He's like my son. You know, I don't have any sons, so I'm not going to know of. Maybe there might be someone around somewhere. I was a bit worried the other day. Jay gave me a DNA test for Christmas. I don't know what made me to do that. It's scary shit.
Yeah, you're like, what's that for?
But no, Lee was, you know, if you handpicked somebody to be your son, you wouldn't have picked anyone better than him. You know, he was a really good guy.
That's fine. Some highlights. I remember the under-21 World Championship, wasn't it? And some cool memories.
Boyens. Yeah, I mean, it was that was very emotional day, or very emotional evening. But we worked really hard together for that, and he wouldn't have done it without Otto Lanzenhammer. I introduced lots of people that have been very constructive in my world and in helping me with my career, and whether it be people, you know, boot sponsors or helmets or leathers or Kevlars, and Otto Lanzenhammer that used to do my engines. You know, he did an engine for Lee, especially for Boyens, for that one race meeting. And we never changed. We didn't change anything. We never changed gear on that bike all night. We never changed the ignition timing. We never touched the main jets, the carburation, nothing. Nothing was touched. We just kept putting new tires on.
Nice. All come together.
Just all came together on the night, which is, you know, again, it's that fine line, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, but that night, everything went Lee's way, and, you know, yeah, he was world champion. But he could have done so much more in the Grand Prix, but I didn't have time to go with him. Yeah, and that was the sad part, really, because he could have gone to the next level. Yeah. But he you know, you can't do it on the end of a phone at at that level. You know, you could when he was riding in second division, National League, whatever you want to call it, doing away meetings in Berwick and stuff like that. You know, you could do stuff on the phone, but not at Grand Prix level. But he was good enough to win or do a lot more in the Grand Prix than he did. Cardiff, he had a really good Grand Prix at Cardiff when I went with him to Cardiff. And just, it was sad. I couldn't spare him the time.
Definitely a class rider, for sure.
Yeah.
Very class rider. Do I say this?
Sense of humor as well.
Did he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I loved him at Swindon as well. He was very good at Swindon with Lee Adams. Them two together was pretty special as well.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, very special together.
John Allen. Oh, God.
Biggest tosser you ever rode with or against? There's been a lot of those. I don't know about calling anyone a tosser, but I suppose
hard work. Let's say hard work.
Wilhelm Duden in Germany. He was a bit strange. Again, you know, you go traveling. You just do so many different places and go to different places and ride against different people in their own backyard. And to become truly world class, you have to go and beat those people in their backyard. And I would say. I don't know. Cole Glover came close one day. We were at Eastbourne in a test match, and we're just going out on the parade, and Bobby McNeil said to me, nudged me and said something like, I don't know, something stupid like, "Look at that bird's tits." And I turn around to Carl and say, "Hey, Carl, you seen that bird's tits?" He's like, "I'm not here to look at tits." And it's just you've got to have a laugh. You've got to have fun. You have to be. Once you put your helmet on, that's pulling the trigger. Then, but
Yeah.
up until that point, you have to have a laugh, and you haven't got to take things too seriously. I don't think.
Because it was, like you said, it was hard work traveling and all that. It's
Jack Millen was a bit of a tosser. I remember him pulling Richard Greer off the stretcher one night at Stoke, and he had just put Richard through the fence, and Richard was on the stretcher being carted off to the ambulance, and Jack Millen had been excluded, and Jack came up and he grabbed Richard by the throat and tried to drag him off the stretcher. Speak to the referee, mate. Tell him it wasn't my fault. And Richard's like, oh, he thought he was dying. Richard was a bit of a drama queen sometimes, but Jack could be a bit strange. I remember when I was I'd have been 16, and I was only doing a second half at Birmingham, and I was had my bike out, and I'd done some work on the engine, and we just started the bike up and warming it up, and looking over at Jack Millen. He's sitting in this rocking chair. He had this rocking chair, and he's sitting in this rocking chair, and he'd just rock and stare at you. You go, "All right, Mr. Millen," and he'd just stare at you, go, spit on the ground, and you just go, "Fuck, I don't want to race against him." Like that as a kid,
Yeah, especially as a youngster, it must have been quite intimidating.
Yeah, no, it was quite daunting, and he had this horrendous reputation as well.
Yeah. This is actually a good question.
He actually was a really nice guy. There you go.
Was he? Just crazy when he was at Speedway, yeah.
Crazy Jack Millen, but he was a lovely guy. He used to have I think it was something like a Zephyr, the car, and it had no boot lid on it. And they'd put the bikes in, take the front and back wheel out, and just slide like 2 or 3 bikes in the back of the boot across the width of the car.
Yeah.
And that's how they travelled. He lived in his car most of the time, I think.
Living mental. This is a good one here from Annette. She's just put, are there any riders from the past who, in your opinion, should receive an MBE who have not been acknowledged?
Me. Michael Lee. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of the English riders that should have received it, I think. Things like when we won World Cups in places like Poland, those things were hard to win. People didn't just give it to you, you had to go out and fight for it. And to go to behind the Iron Curtain, and those, it was like you turn the tap on, they put you in a hotel room, and you'd have 2, maybe 6 little sheets of toilet paper on your sideboard. Okay, not that you took a shit on the sideboard, but you had like the toilet paper was rationed, and it was like fucking sandpaper as well. It was horrendous stuff, and the toilet would be down the corridor, and you'd get locked in your room at night, and then you go to bed, and the sheets would be like your bed would be wet, sort of damp or wet, like just all things to try and fuck you up, just because they wanted to prove that communism was the greater power. And they would do like the pits. You go into the pits, and all the shit from the fucking, their side would be immaculately clean, and all the crap would be over our side in the pits. And it was just all those things, like they'd send hookers around, and to try and fuck you up the night before you're racing, just shit like that. And it did happen, as much as you might not believe it, it did happen. And there was a guy called Richard Lubachevsky. I went past his house the other day, and while we're at Longley, he came from a town just up the road, 4 miles from here. And I had to go, I was going somewhere, and I went past his house called the Red House. And I went past this. He was communist, so the house was called the Red House. And he was our interpreter. And he traveled everywhere with us in Poland when we were touring Poland. Because it was all part of the growing up thing. But England would send 2 teams out to Poland to do a series of test matches. You had England A and England B. And it wasn't that A was better than B or B was better than A. They tried to balance the teams out.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd go to Poland. We'd do, maybe a series of 3 or 4 meetings, something like that per team. And this Richard Lubachevsky, I'm getting sidetracked here. This Richard Lubachevsky used to be our interpreter, but he was also part KGB. And everybody used to laugh about it, but he actually was. That was his job.
Was he?
You go into a restaurant, and the restaurant could be full.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden there would be, I don't know, if there was 40 people in there eating, all sitting, it might be a family restaurant. All of a sudden, these people would disappear out of the restaurant when we were in there because there was no tables, and we'd be given a table. And it was like, where the fuck have they gone? And they'd been ushered out the back, and we'd had to take their table and stuff like that, And
What the hell?
he would fix anything for you, and anything you needed or wanted, or he would do it while you were out there.
Yeah. Bloody hell.
But it was like that. It was the Iron Curtain was something that was quite a powerful thing.
Yeah, quite a sketchy place, wasn't it?
Oh, very sketchy. Very sketchy, but
Yeah. Oh, Darren Wilson.
Ask Bruce about behind the Iron Curtain.
Yeah. Darren Wilson, he said, by the way, before he come on, he said, it's your turn to call him, apparently.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, and then he just said 89 onwards, you had some style going on, colours were awesome.
Yeah, I always tried to be a bit different, didn't I, with what I was wearing. And Darren designed some really, really cool suits for me. But he had to get the colours. They had to be really bright. I mean, it all started with the black and gold, and Bruce taking the piss out because I had JD on the back of my leathers, and he'd say it's Jardy, and it's not Bruce, it's JD. No, it's Jardy. It says so there. Oh, fuck off, American son. But no, we had some great colours going on, and I have to thank Darren for that because he did make some pretty nifty suits.
Yeah,
he made some pretty nifty suits. But Corner also made some very good suits for me from Italy. They're a really good leather making company. I think those leathers there were Corner, those fluorescent pink ones.
Because even Mr. Stead's mentioned that as well. He just put, hey, John, who helped you with sponsorship? You had some big sponsors and your leathers were always flamboyant. You
can't fucking spell. You dyslexic, Steady. You don't spell flamboyant, flamboyant. I did it all myself. I do. Yeah, I had at the end of the season, before I'd go to somewhere like Australia or wherever I was going that particular winter, I would. That's a hot suit. One of Darren's designs. I would collate everything, all the press cuttings, TV coverage would go onto a DVD or onto a cassette in those days, or VHS, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And then I'd probably send out 100 packages, but the packages were all done, and they were professionally made folders and all the press cuttings were photocopied, color photocopying. Philip, my mechanic, was working with a copying company, and they used to give me copiers to do all this stuff with.
Yeah.
I had a guy called Malcolm Fripp that used to produce these folders for me, and we'd send at least 100 out, and we'd send them also to the past sponsors so that they knew that they'd been getting what they were paying for, which is publicity. At the end of the day, sponsorship, whether it's money or product, is not a gift. People are giving you that product because they want you to be seen using their product, but they expect you to promote their products as well. It's not just a matter of putting stickers on your bikes or having their name on your leathers. But both Simon, obviously we took lessons from Ivan, or tried to imitate what Ivan started off. Yeah. And both Simon and myself, we had okay, he had fluorescent green, I had fluorescent pink. But we would work really hard at our sponsorship. If you look on the letters, there's people like LUK. LUK is a German aftermarket clutch automobile car clutch company. And they used to pay us, or used to pay me a lot of money every year. Coastal, the double glazing company, Philip, my mechanic, when he was working for the photocopying company, which he then later on in life bought the photocopying company, he was in a Coastal double glazing, and he happened to mention to John Anderson, who was the marketing guy at Coastal, that about getting involved with Speedway. And that was how Coastal got involved with Speedway, through Philip having a conversation with him. But we used to work really, really hard at it. And then I got, believe it or not, I actually got approached by IMG, Mark McCormack's company.
Oh, yeah.
You ever heard of IMG?
Yeah, IMG, yeah.
You ever heard of Mark McCormack?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he was the man that started IMG, and they used to look after people like James Hunt.
Yeah, that's a big company as well, isn't it?
Yeah, all the top tennis players. I mean, IMG are still seriously involved in music festivals, sporting events, all sorts of stuff. And I actually had to go to London and meet Mark McCormack, and it was we liked the publicity you've been getting, and we would like to look after your career. But they wanted 30%, 20, either 27 or 30% of your worldly earnings. It was around that sort of percentage.
Yeah.
But they wanted that of your worldly earnings, and they were explaining to me that you wouldn't just turn up at Wimbledon and scrabble around for a parking space. If you were riding at Wimbledon, for example, even as an away rider, they would expect Wimbledon to have your parking spot all marked out for you. No. Can you imagine that happening at Hackney? IMG, someone from the IMG office phoning up Len Silver, and Len, I believe you have John Davis racing there tonight. You have to have a parking spot marked out for him. It hasn't got to be too far from the pits. And it'd be, fuck off, mate. Speedway wasn't ready for IMG then.
No.
But I mean, that's a massive regret. I didn't maybe follow that up somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
But the other thing as well, they wanted, if you'd been world champion, obviously it would have been different again. And for Bruce, they'd have been perfect. But he was doing okay without them. So, but they looked after some massive people, Greg Norman, the golfer, a lot of the big tennis players.
Shark. Yeah.
Sorry? Yeah, the Shark. Yeah.
Shark.
Yeah. The great white shark, wasn't it?
The great white shark, that's what I mean. Yeah, sorry. Colin just said as well, one night between JD and Lee, they went through 6 sets of clutches.
Yes, we did. We used to do that many starts at Poole. And Colin and Craig would be there pulling their hair out because I just haven't not finished yet. Come on, let's keep going. Yeah. And I'd make him go out of ruts. I'd make him go off just a fresh bit. I'd make him go off the hardest, slickest bits we could find. And I wouldn't let him finish until the bike was jumping out of his hands when he dropped the clutch.
Yeah. That's good. It paid off, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Definitely. 100%. And, Speedway is a funny old game. Like, my dad used to say it's like flicking shit off a stick. When it's all going well and it's easy, and you're winning races and everything's rosy and you can't do anything wrong, it is like flicking shit off a stick. Everything's going well.
I got Brian Parsons has put, so how did you, so did you enjoy your time at King's Lynn?
Yeah, I love King's Lynn. I think it took me about 3 or 4 home meetings to get past the first corner. I kept crashing. First night there, first race. I can't remember who it was against. I think I might have been off gate 4 and Per was off gate 3, Per Johnson. And we had a bit of a tussle going to the first turn, and I ended up going straight through the wooden fence. And then to hospital. Nothing too serious. Then I think the next meeting I'm in front and I lifted coming off the first corner and straight into the fence on the back straight. I think it was the 3rd meeting before I got around the first turn properly.
Jeez.
But yeah, no, I loved it at Kings Lynn. Great track, great supporters. So yeah, no, very enjoyable time in my life. And Simo was there. Simo was a great person to have on your side in the pits. We'd been there, done it. Good head on his shoulders, and understood me and what made me tick. And he hated me beating him.
Did he?
Yeah, really hated it.
Looks like you're about to here as well.
Sorry, yeah. He especially hated it at Pool.
Yeah.
When beat him at Pool, it was like, yeah, he didn't take to that too kindly.
What did you think when because I know I've got a DVD of him somewhere when he was like talking about all the riders and stuff like that. But obviously, I'm sure it was a book as well when he came out and said about all the the point stuff and lowering his average and all that.
Oh yeah, but that was all. We all got this. It was the People newspaper.
Yep. Okay.
And there was this guy going around who was a reporter from the Sunday People.
Yep.
And he befriended a lot of us, and Bruce would probably remember this as well. And he'd take us to like the Hard Rock Cafe and stuff like that after we'd been riding at Wimbledon and places. And he kind of tried to infiltrate into our to get close to us,
Yeah.
And he obviously got close to Simo, and Simo said a few things he shouldn't have said, and it led on from that, and it all got totally blown out of all proportion. Right?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Yes, riders in qualifying rounds and stuff, we've all done it. Helped a friend, or I helped Richard Knight at I can't remember if it was at Kings Lynn or at Coventry in his last ride, and just stuff like that. It's what you did, but there was no money change hands between myself and Richard. It was just I was helping a mate. And likewise, Bruce got the slating at White City one year, didn't he? Because he helped Dennis or Kelly or Sean, somebody like that.
Yeah, saw that on YouTube.
Yeah. But Simo took the rap for all of that, and this guy was a complete snake, really. The way he did it was wrong, and it was bullshit.
Yeah, some of the press are horrendous, aren't they? What they do, the tapping phones and all sorts of weird shit.
You have to bear in mind as well, in those days, he'd come around our workshops and stuff like he'd find out where you lived, and he would turn up at your workshop and just be talking to you like we're talking. And he was a dangerous snake.
Yeah.
And you have to bear in mind, Speedway was a lot bigger then than it is now. Speedway was big news then. You could never pick up a daily paper and not read something about Speedway, no matter even if it was a little, sort of in 3 pages in from the back page, and there'd be a little paragraph or something, a little article about somebody or someone, to do with Speedway. And it was Speedway was quite big news then.
Used to, like you said, we've mentioned that before. You used to be in like the biggest magazines out there, like the Radio Times that we saw you on the front of. Like that would no chance happen now, would it? Like even when Woofy was winning world. Yeah, that's it.
My guy, oh boy, yeah, no, it wouldn't happen now. And that's really sad.
Yeah,
it's really sad. Yeah. But we used to have, there would be, just things like, even Andy Campbell. He was a page 7 fella. And I did that as well. But it doesn't happen now. It's the riders then were. I'm not saying everyone was a household name, but you were a lot more famous than the people that are around Speedway now. And I'm not saying the wankers now, but I'm just saying that for some reason the sport's castrated itself. All the Team Kevlars, classic example. Team Kevlars, and the laydown bikes don't. There's only really one way of riding them, and that's on the throttle or off the throttle. And they hang off the bike. But there's no individuality because everyone's wearing the Team Kevlars. So I'd be fucked with the fluorescent pink leathers, wouldn't I? I'd definitely retired.
Yeah.
But there is nobody different. Whereas, even before the Kevlars came in, there was lots of different ways of, you'd recognise people. Simon with his fluorescent green, Ivan with his check leathers, and there were just so many different personalities out there. Whereas now it's I couldn't tell you who that rider is in the red helmet and riding for Paul. I wouldn't have a clue because they all look the same. And that's a lot of the problem too, I think.
Can't, like you said, do your personality.
There's no individuality. There's no charismatic people out there at the moment. Not right. Okay, Dan Bewley is great. Ty's been fantastic for British Speedway. And young Mr. Lambert. But come away from that, there's not a great deal out there, is there?
No.
If you're honest. Chris Harris, fantastic. He's been brilliant for British Speedway. But he's not. That Speedway needs another Dave Lanning. It really does. Dave was such a good friend. I've said it so many times before. Dave Lanning was absolutely fantastic for British Speedway. Nobody appreciated it quite at the time, just how good he was, how much good he'd done for Speedway. There'd always be something in the sun, about Tony Briggs or Bobby Schwartz or Jan Anderson or myself, or when we were all at Reading, and he was so good for British Speedway.
You always kept it in like the mainstream press and things like that.
Yeah, and I had a contract. I wasn't allowed to get married. It was a load of bollocks, but it was great publicity. That was a fantastic publicity stunt for Reading Speedway. Yeah. I remember. Oh God, what was the Radio 1 news program? Newsbeat? No, I did. Anyway, they phoned me up. They wanted an interview, on Radio 1 live about why I'd signed a contract not to get married. But it was just a brilliant publicity stunt by Dave Lanning.
Yeah. They knew what they were doing, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, isn't it? And like we said, every now and then people like a little bit of controversy or whatever it is, and it just.
But that's what sells papers. The fact that you're a nice bloke and you're, I don't know, riding a speedway bike and you're winning some races, they don't give a fuck. If you're shagging fucking. I don't know, in Kylie, they'd be all over you. It's like it sells sensationalism and it sells papers.
Yeah.
They don't want to know that you've just won this or you've just won that. They want to know. They like that sensationalism, don't they? That's what sells newspapers, or it's newsworthy, and that's where Dave Lanning was very, very clever.
Yeah. And it looks like Mr. Troy Pratt there knew about your page 7.
Yeah, page 8, 9, and 10 now. Not fun.
You have to come on, Troy, as well. Oh, here he is. This man's here as well. Richard Knight. I'm getting him on as well. Evening, gents. Always there to help others, JD. True professional, mate. You must get up to Kings Lynn in 2024.
Where's Kings Lynn? Is it North Southampton?
Slightly, just a bit.
Yeah, okay.
Might be a few hours, John, that one. As you know. Norfolk, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been up there a few times. I mean, we did obviously did nearly 2 seasons there. And it was only when Simo left and Dave Jessup came along as the team manager that I left there. And that was, again, I was lucky enough to own my own contract, so they couldn't do anything about it.
Why was that then?
Sorry? He wouldn't honour my financial terms that had been agreed and signed
already.
Been signed and agreed by Bill Barker and Simo previously.
Yep.
And then Dave came along and didn't agree to it, or wouldn't honour it, and it was in black and white. So I left.
Did you not get on with Jessup then, or was that just he just made that decision on?
No, listen, DJ was again a fantastic rider. He was
You rode with
different.
him at Reading, didn't you?
Yeah. He was different. You know,
Mm.
he was. I can tell you a lot of stories about Dave. I think
There
Vicky
you
would
go.
appreciate it.
No.
But I think, yeah, he was very professional. Tried to drill too many holes in things to lighten them too much, and they kept breaking. But
Mm.
no, he was always looking for that little edge, and that's what cost him at Wembley.
Couple of times,
When
few
he should,
times in the world. Mm.
sorry,
Couple of times he was sort of right there, wasn't he, in the world
yeah, he
finals?
was. Yeah, Wembley especially, you know, and I can't remember if it was Jubilee Clip broke or something like that, but which obviously again is one of those fine lines you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Um, again, he was charismatic in his own way. Wasn't a very big person. He was always very short. He was a nice guy. He was a nice guy.
Yeah, he was quick out the old gates
It
as
was
well.
very often the people around the riders that used to create the friction and any animosity. Yeah, he had a mechanic. I can't remember David. I can't remember his surname. And it was like a rush to get to Reading to the press day, because wherever you ended up in the pits in the press day was predominantly where you were going to stay in the pits. And we both liked that corner on the far end nearest to the track. And it was a nightmare, absolute nightmare. Yeah, and his mechanics and my lot had almost come to blows over it. Really pathetic when you look back.
Yeah. A bit of territory and all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love that. Like parking walls, eh?
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah. Oh,
Exactly that.
brilliant. Simon said that the Golden Hammer was always back page news in the Daily Mirror.
Exactly. You don't read anything about it now. Well, Cradley's not there, but I mean, you know, it just Speedway. I don't know. Seems to fuck itself every way it can.
Stephen Brown and JD, did you have a good time riding for Peterborough early in your career?
Yeah, of course. Again, when I started racing, it wasn't. I didn't kind of fit in everywhere I went, and as a school kid, I signed a contract with Paul, and they absolutely abused me. Not sexually or physically, but I wasn't given the rides that I needed to get to progress. And then they gave me a booking for the under-21 British Championship at Swindon. And I had a booking slip. In those days, you used to get booking slips. I had the booking slip for Swindon. Yep. So I went to Swindon for the under-21 final British Championship. And I got there, and the old boy on the pit gate, he's got a program here. You're not in here, mate. Who are you? And you're 16. That fucking absolutely fucked my head up.
Yeah.
And so we turned around and went home. And my dad just got on the phone to Knots and just said, "You need to be letting him go." And so we got the contract away from them. And then I started going to Oxford to do some second halves there. Birmingham was another place. And then we just ended up getting invited to Peterborough by Danny Dunton. And I did one second half ride there, and they put me straight in the team. And it was a big fast track, and I love big fast tracks. And it just went from strength to strength there. But face didn't fit a Paul properly, and Birmingham wasn't really for me. It was a bit of a small old track, and Peterborough worked out really, really well. Big stepping stone in my career.
Right, I've got there's loads of questions on here. Right, I've got Chris Williams on YouTube. He's put, you mentored Edward Kennett for a period. Why didn't he make more of his talent on a Speedway bike? Following his career, he seemed to lack that desire and single-mindedness to get to the top.
Edward's a lazy little shit, and he won't mind me saying that. But super talented, and frustrates the shit out of his dad, Dave, and frustrated me for a period of time.
Yeah,
he was seeing my daughter Jade, and he had his workshop at my house.
Yeah,
yeah, I sorted him out with a really good contract in Poland. Lanty did an engine for him. He went there and broke the track record. Following week, the bike got nicked, or the engines all disappeared out of the workshop. And he never went to Poland, or never went any good in Poland again. He hated going. He'd go and do a grass track in Kent or Northampton for 50 quid, but he was getting big money. And I mean, then I think it might have been, I don't know, £500 a point or something like that in Poland, and it was only second division.
Yeah.
It might have been more than that point. I honestly can't remember. And he hadn't got the wherewithal to jump on a plane and go and enjoy it and go and earn some serious money. Serious talent. I mean, so much talent. But just wasted. Absolutely wasted. And he had, too happy-go-lucky. Not enough application. He didn't have to work for it. Same with the Morans. Both Kelly and Sean, so much fucking talent. But it all came very easily to them. And the people that have things come that easily to them in life don't always end up appreciating what they have. Whereas the people who have to work for it, somebody like Ivan, he was no supernaturally gifted rider. But fuck, he worked at it. And he got there he achieved what he achieved through the hard work. And it is hard work, it's there's so much of so many races are won in the workshop, not just once you're on the track. The hard work's done at home.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, there's some, like you said, like probably riders with quarter of the talent, but they've got the will to win and all these sorts of things.
Yeah, Kelly is probably the most naturally gifted motorcyclist you've ever seen in your life, especially on a speedway bike.
Yeah.
But just his way of life, we all miss him. He was such a lovable person. Nightmare when he'd had a drink. Turned into a demon, but lovely guy. And just he was super talented. He could do things on a speedway bike or make a speedway bike with things that you wouldn't even believe were possible.
Yeah, it's very cool. Peter here has just put, have you got any stories about Vaclav Werner?
Vaclav.
He was a bit of a Vaclav, is that how you pronounce it? Vaclav. I remember him as well. Didn't he go ride at Exeter and things like that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he rode at Exeter. He's pretty scary around there. But then so were people like Chris Blewett and Chris Julian and people like that were really scary around Exeter. He was more of a loony at Prague than he was anywhere. If you raced against Vaclav in Prague, he was absolutely fucking ruthless.
Was he?
And again, lovely guy, like Jack Millen, probably a similar sort of, similar type of person. But Vaclav, he came from a big speedway family. You had Miroslav Werner, Vaclav, Jan Werner, all lovely people. Sadly, Vaclav's obviously not with us anymore. But you go and race against them in Pardubice or in Prague or anywhere on the continent. You knew you'd had a really hard race by the time you came in. There's people like Zdeněk Kudrina as well. He was a nightmare. And they were all sponsored by Jawa. They were all works riders who used to get the good engines from Jawa. And especially for the Czech Golden Helmet, when you were out there racing for that, Jawa didn't want any Westlakes or GMs. They didn't want those engines to be seen to be beating the Jawas. And so there was, they did some quick stuff for those meetings. And it was very, very hard to win.
This thing here that Richard says, I wanted to sort of just put that out there a bit further because I had that written down. He's put who was the best team you rode for in your Speedway career. I just sort of want to say
best team I rode for in my career, probably Reading obviously has to be up there.
Yeah.
Swindon, Poole, Diedenbergen in Germany. I rode for them for 10 or 11 years. Won numerous German titles with them. Gdansk, I loved racing in Gdansk in Poland. It was like the Wild West when I think I was the first Englishman to sign a contract to ride out there. We were in. We're actually talking. We were talking about Kelly just now,
Yeah.
and we were out in South Africa, and Kelly was on that trip. Mark Moran, Chris Louis, Marvin Cox, myself, and Marvin and I were rooming. And we had a phone call one night early one morning, I think, from Zenon Plek. And Zenon obviously was the manager then at Gdansk.
Yeah.
And he just said, "Look, I'd like you to come and race for us at Gdansk. Would you be interested?" So I said, "Yeah." And he said we're allowed to have, I think they could sign 3 foreign riders at that time. And so I agreed a contract, and he said, "Who else would you take?" I said, "What about Marvin Cox?" He said, "Who?" I said, "Marvin Cox." So anyway, Marvin ended up coming out there with me as well.
Yeah.
And we had a brilliant time there. Absolutely brilliant time. I actually, before I came back and rode at Swindon 2/3 of the way through the year, Philip and the mechanic and I lived out there for probably about 8 or 9 weeks, 9 weeks maybe. So Eastbourne had gone to, Wimbledon had gone to Eastbourne, and I hated riding at Eastbourne. I always went all right there, but I hated riding at Eastbourne every week. It was not my sort of track.
Yeah.
You could psych yourself up to go there as an away rider.
Yeah.
But to go there week in, week out was not my idea of fun.
Mm.
So we went and based ourselves in Gdansk. We had a big Chevy van, and we had all the kit in the and a trailer, and we had all the it was the man was the dog's bollocks. Wiggy had one, and I had one. We bought them from the same company in America, a company called Vancraft. Chevrolet V8s, but they were diesel V8s, and they'd be ticking over, doing about 1,500 revs or 1,000 revs, and you're doing about 90 miles an hour down the autobahn. But they had all the swiveling seats in them, the sound systems, all the LED lighting. Before anybody had never seen, nobody had ever seen it.
Yeah, it'd be very cool.
Yeah, no, they were cool. They were cool, man. Mine was
Sounds
burgundy, Wiggy's was silver.
Nice.
We had it. And we went and based ourselves in Gdansk and had a ball. Gdansk,
Sounds good.
Huh?
Sounds good.
Yeah, no, it was. And then I came back and rode at Swindon because it was when the relegation was going on.
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah.
That was scary.
Running.
Yeah, I had a question on that as well. I've just lost it. Where was it? Someone asked me about you with Swindon. I'll get it in a second. Here we go. Rich Thomas put, how did you end up coming to Swindon? And was it true you had a mega bucks deal as you scored lots of points?
It's funny. The more points make prizes.
Yeah,
When I came to Swindon, I'd been out in Gdansk for it was probably longer than 9 weeks. Actually, probably more like 12 weeks. And I had quite a lot of promoters phoning up. Well, we haven't got mobile phones then, so they would be phoning the club at Gdansk. We got car phones, but they weren't working in Poland then, because the wall had only just come down. The year before.
Yep.
Anyway, so I'm getting all these phone calls. In the end, I was in the office at Gdansk, and Ron Byford phoned up, and I ended up taking the call, and he just said, "Would you come back and help us out?" So I said, "Well, I don't really want to come back. I'm having too good a time out here." We were doing open meetings in Germany and the German League, and then doing the Polish League as well. So it was all kind of, we were having a ball. Best time of our lives. And so I said, "I don't really want to come back, Ron." So he said, "Well, we need you." And so I said, "Okay." And we spoke about money, and I just said this amount per point I thought he would never pay, and they agreed to him. And oh God, what was the promoter? I've forgotten the promoter's name now. You had one, Ted Nelson.
Ted Nelson and Bill Chandler.
Yeah, that's it. And anyway, they agreed to it. And yeah, I mean, I was probably getting more per point now than a lot of them are getting then. A lot of them are getting now.
Yeah.
I was getting all my expenses, and it was like I think it was £150 a point then, £140 a point.
Yeah.
And I think I had about 3 18-point maximums.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I was there. You were flying then as well. The team was
yeah.
giving
No,
you when you come in.
it was nothing to do with the money. It was just, I was just loving doing what I was doing, riding the Speedway bike.
Team was good as well, wasn't it?
Well, yeah,
when you were in it, when we got in there and it made it a lot stronger, and we were that was Jimmy, wasn't it? And I think I might even have
Jimmy, Jimmy, Andrew, that's the team.
There you go. Lee Adams, Carger, Jimmy Nelson, Peter Martin.
Brian's another very, very talented Danish rider.
Yeah, I liked him. Had a good interview with him as well.
Yeah, no, Brian's good fun.
Yeah. He's good fun, yeah.
And Jimmy's really dry. You should. I don't know if have you interviewed Jimmy?
No, I haven't. I've been trying to get him on, but obviously, you probably heard about with his son and everything. It's bloody.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've sort of tried to leave him alone for a bit. But
Jimmy had Philip. We went to the World Final in Poland. He asked me to go give him a hand.
Yeah.
And we'd we soaked all the tires in. I can't remember what it was now. It was like thinners to make it softer.
Soft, yeah.
And we opened the back of the van, and it was just like you couldn't breathe. It was so strong.
Yeah,
it was so strong.
Yeah. Didn't all the riders at some point used to do was it someone said hairspray and all that on the tires?
I had
someone told me
that the guys or the people that invented the tire warmers for Formula One and the rallying, based in Ferndown, in Dorset.
Oh yeah,
and they made me tire warmers for Speedway.
And
so we had these tire warmers that just a wraparound thing, and I started using. I think the first meeting I used them at in Germany was at Diedenberg in a home meeting, and then I think Ollie Olsen had got some as well, and then within the next 2 or 3 weeks they were banned. See that they would have been better off banning the lay-down engines.
Yeah,
they banned the tire warmers because they said it gave too much of an advantage.
Yeah,
but they were seriously good little thing. Made a big difference.
I was about to say, so it made a big difference. That's interesting.
Yeah, over the first 30 yards when everybody else's tires were cold and yours were
off the start. Yeah. Talking about strong days, that.
2 very, very talented riders.
Yes.
Well, 3, but 2 other ones. Chris Moore, very, very talented. Les Collins again, very underrated. Number 2 in the world, wasn't he?
Very close, wasn't he, that time in America with Bruce?
Yeah.
Very close as well, wasn't it? Like you said, back then, Daily Mirror, you wouldn't have any of these big.
No, if you got the Bournemouth, you maybe get the Bournemouth Echo to sponsor something at a second half of Pool or something.
Yeah.
But if you look at the sponsorship that people have as well, it's if you it's the second-hand car dealer from down the road, and I'm not knocking that at all because without them, you'd be screwed. But it's you need massive brands, you need international companies to get involved with sponsorship and have meaningful sponsorship.
I spotted this one as well. Like even things like that, like Durex. Look, Jesus.
Yeah. Durex. Dave Lanning was going to get. It never materialised because the Speedway Control or the BSPA wouldn't allow it. But Bruce and I were going to be sponsored by Durex as like a glamour boy team, whatever you want to call it, and go and do match races at, against like maybe Simo and whoever at Pool, and that was going to be the idea. But it never materialised because the BSPA didn't agree to it.
Yeah, because everyone used to like golden helmet races and stuff like that, didn't they? Match races, best of 3, and things like that.
Yeah, no, the Speedway had a lot of brands. I mean, Durex was a big brand.
It was massive.
You know, but they thought Speedway was a good marketplace for them potentially. You had Embassy Cigarettes, the Embassy International. You had Faberluga, who are a massive Swiss watch manufacturer. They used to sponsor a lot. Obviously, Marlboro.
Mm.
But there was, Wimbledon was a classic place where they had a lot of the big London, the big corporations or international worldwide brands had their head offices, or British UK offices would be in London. So Wimbledon was the obvious place for them to go. And it was a posh enough stadium that you could actually take somebody from Marlborough there and they wouldn't be embarrassed by the facilities. If you took somebody, you couldn't even take anyone from any major corporation now to any Speedway stadium in the UK, could you? Without being embarrassed.
Yeah. Probably maybe the new one, the new Bellevue. That's about it, probably.
Yeah, but you couldn't even take them there, could you? It's crap.
They haven't got. Yeah, they haven't got the.
Compared to the stadiums in Poland, you go to a stadium in Poland where the local corporation or local town or whatever have invested however many million into building a brand new stadium complex. It's non-comparable, is it?
No.
You go to the stadiums in the UK, and they're embarrassingly bad.
Yeah.
They are.
Very true. What did you? When I was looking at that, I was thinking that's a bloody good team there, isn't it? Roger Johns, I was seeing Simo, young Peyton there, Gordon Kennett, Andy Galvin.
Very good team.
Very good team.
And Kelvin.
Yeah, see there on the back.
we nicked his passport in the Czech Republic, or in Czechoslovakia as it was then.
Yeah. Actually nicked it, and took it off him?
No,
he didn't have it.
You always had to leave your passports at the hotel receptions.
Ah, right,
and he had not been out there before, and so obviously he didn't pick his passport up, but I picked it up for him.
Yeah.
And we're in the transporter, and he travelled, like we all, Simo, myself, Kelvin.
Yeah.
We all travelled together, and we were going from Pardubice to Prague to the Jow, or to a place called, I can't think what it's called now, where the Jow factory is. And we're travelling there, and Simo says, "Got your passport, Kelvin?" And Kelvin's like, "Fuck, passport, what have I done with that?" "Oh no, I've left it at the hotel. Can we turn around and go back?" I said, "No, I can't do that." So, "Well, go on, please. Could you turn around? Go, I need my passport. I really need my passport." "You'll be all right. It's not a problem. We'll borrow a road bike from Jow's when we get to the factory, and you can pop down part of it and pick it up." So we get to the Jow factory, and by now we've been winding him up, saying, "Oh, you'll be in the army here next year. If you don't." It was quite a major thing if you lost your passport in an Iron Curtain country at that time. And said you'd be conscripted into the army, and we'll come back next year, and you'll be directing the traffic or parking our vans. And he's getting a bit worried, He's laughing, but he's getting worried.
Yeah.
And then we were telling him it's going to take at least, if you've lost your passport, if it's not there and you have actually lost your passport, it's going to take at least 6 weeks to get before you'll be allowed to leave the country to go back to the UK. And he's like, "I don't want to be here for 6 weeks." Well, if they can't find your passport, then if by any chance you haven't left it or it's gone missing. And so we get to the Jow factory, and Evshan Urban is the main guy at the factory, and he's a lovely guy. And we explained to him very quickly that we'd got his passport and could he wind him up, So we'd go around the Jow factory, and we'd go to the flywheel department, and he would talk in Czech to the all the workers in the flywheel department. And then everyone would start laughing, and Evsham was obviously saying Kelvin thinks he's lost his passport, but they've actually got it, and he thinks he's going to get left in the Czech Republic. So then you'd go to another apartment, he'd tell the story again, and everybody would start laughing, and it went on for a while. And we went into the main office and had a coffee, and Kelvin went to the loo. He asked where the toilet was, and Philip, the mechanic, about 5 minutes later, Kelvin hadn't come out. So Philip decided to go and look for him, and he's in the bathroom. I wouldn't say he was crying, but very watery eyes, and we had to tell him that actually we had got his passport.
I'm starting to break down. Bless him.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Absolutely classic. I got Mark Flatman here. Just said, Lee, I've messaged you a photo to see if John remembers that meeting, Nigel, with him. Do you need to do something, John?
No.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Reading that. I've messaged you a photo to see if I know.
Yeah, he's just sent me it now. I've got it here. It looks like you. Let's see it.
That's part of it.
Right, okay.
Czech Golden Helmet, part of it.
Yeah. Nigel Flatman next to you, I think, and then Richardson as well there, is it?
Simo's about the fourth one in line. I'm at the front, then Flatman, then I'm not sure. Then Simo, Simon.
Right. Good old days they were as well. That's a good track as well, wasn't it?
Sorry?
Good track as well, that was, wasn't it?
Part of it's massive track, yeah. Really, really good racetrack. Very wide, sweeping corners. Normally got a bit of, if it rains through the week, then the track surface is really, really good. If it doesn't rain, it normally gets a bit too slick.
Does it?
And you get a blue groove around the inside then.
Yeah. I just had a message off of Scott Chappell. He said, ask JD about his saloon car racing.
Yeah, I did some car racing. We did I did several car races. Yeah. Sam and Malenko had to go car racing as well. And
did it? How did it go?
Yeah, it did really well. We just ran out of money. It's so expensive.
Oh, yeah, I bet, yeah.
It's just mega money. It is massive, massive money. And that was like a category below the touring cars. We did, the first race I did was the Will Hire race. Actually, there's a couple of stories about car racing, but we did a celebrity race at Brands Hatch. That was the first thing.
Yeah.
And the celebrity race at Brands Hatch was, it was like really entertaining, but you had to go and do a day first with an instructor. And it was with, do you remember Ford Escort XR3Is? Do you remember the XR3Is? Probably not.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Anyway, those were the cars we had to start with.
You had it, yeah.
That was the cars that we were going to be racing. And so we've gone there, and within a few laps, the instructor said, do you fancy going a single-seater? So I said, I wouldn't mind going a single-seater. So they've got they're just school-prepped Formula Ford cars. So we went out in the Formula Ford car, and I got within a couple of tenths of the outright lap record for the club circuit at Brands with the Formula Fords. And then I get a phone call from Unipart, or Dave Lanning it was contacted by Unipart, and Unipart had they offered me the opportunity to go to a racing school in France, and if I progressed the way they thought I would, then they would sponsor me and give me a 3-year contract to race Formula 3.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, well, yeah, Speedway, if I can fit the dates in with the Speedway. I said, no. If we're going to invest in you like that, then you won't be racing Speedway. You have to commit to the car racing. And so I said, oh, thanks, but no thanks.
That's a bummer, isn't it? That would have been cool to say.
Yeah, they replaced me with Nigel Mansell.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it? Bloody hell.
Yeah.
He did all right. He was all right, wasn't
That was who ended up with the Unipark Formula 3 drive then, yeah.
he? Was it? Bloody hell. Jesus. Does that ever make you
And
do
then
that?
we did do some car racing after that. We did a Will High 24-hour race at Snetterton when I was at Kings Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
And the the transport there was a helicopter.
Yeah.
And there was this guy called Dave Gillanders who was from Scotland, and his family. I'm just going to move my computer into another room.
Okay.
Because people have come back from work and they need to cook.
Oh, right. Okay, no worries.
So I'm just going to another location. Yeah, so this guy, David Landers, his parents are really, really wealthy people.
Yeah.
And they've got this brand new helicopter. So this guy is their private helicopter pilot. And he's going to fly me back to Kings. He's going to fly me back to Kings Lynn.
Yeah.
Because I was racing Speedway in the evening.
Yeah.
So I get in the helicopter and he flies me back to Kings Lynn, but he got lost on the way. First thing he did when I got in there, he was actually a New Zealand pilot, and he was an Air Force pilot. He said, have you ever done a loop-the-loop in a helicopter? I said, I've only ever been in a helicopter about 10 times before. No, I've never done a loop-the-loop in a helicopter. He said, well, you're going to now. And he put this helicopter for a loop-the-loop. And there was only something like 2 helicopters in the world, private helicopters, that were capable of doing a loop-the-loop. Yeah. Luckily, this was one of them. So this guy has then flown me to Kings Lynn Speedway, and then picked me up after the meeting there and flown me back to Snetterton to resume with the 24-hour car race.
Wow.
Anyway, long story short,
yeah,
I go to South Africa when the time with Marvin and Kelly and all those guys. And I'm at Kyalami because they've got Formula One teams are there doing a lot of tyre testing. So we went to Kyalami. Anyway, I've missed a bit out. But after the guy flew me to Kings Lynn and then back to Snetterton, about 6 months later, I'd read in the newspapers that this New Zealand guy had nicked the helicopter from his family. He had ended up drug running in South America as a helicopter pilot. So I'm at Kyalami and I was going to get a burger from the burger van there. And I'm in the queue of the burger van for the food at the burger van. Somebody taps me on the shoulder, shades on, long hair, beard. How you going? You don't remember me, do you? I said, no. He said, I'm the helicopter pilot. I said, are you fucking kidding me? He said, no. He said, I did a loop with you in a helicopter. I said, yeah, I remember you. I said, what happened to you? Oh, well, you know what it's like. I ended up flying that helicopter down to Spain. Then he ended up getting this helicopter. They packed it onto a ship in Spain, took it to South America, where he was doing drug running with it.
No
way. He was in Kyalami at his Nelson PK's. It was either Fittipaldi or PK's. No, it was Nelson PK's private personal helicopter pilot. Did we want to go with him that night down to? They were going flying out to some estate somewhere for a mental party, and we're just like, no, it's fine, thanks. We'll give that a minute. But this guy, I'd never seen or heard. He didn't get arrested. He got away with everything that he'd done. Nicking the helicopter, drug running, and I'm in a queue at a burger van in Kyalami, and he taps me on the shoulder. What the fuck's the odds of that? It would never happen, would it?
No. Jesus Christ.
That was an interesting period.
Yeah, I bet. Simon's just brought up. He said about the British finals at Brandon, packed on a Sunday afternoon, was memorable.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're talking British Speedway when it was in its heyday, and they had, you would have 16 blokes there that had struggled, qualified through British semi-final, qualifying rounds, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then to get to the British final. They'd done a load of meetings at some of the hardest tracks and some of the hardest meetings that they would have raced in that year. And there would be 16 blokes there that any one of them, probably, if you're honest, was capable of being world champion at some point.
Yeah.
Again, those little thin lines that you were talking about, there's a lot of riders that rode in British finals that were seriously qualified riders that were capable on their day of beating anyone in the world. Maybe not capable of being world champion, but there was at least half of the field would have been capable at some point on their day of being world champion.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's how strong English Speedway was.
Yeah.
And it was. I was proud to be part of it. And then fortunate to be part of it as well,
Yeah, definitely. It was a special
but
time.
those British finals were very, very, very cutthroat. I qualified for 16. I dread to think how many I actually progressed to the next round. Probably 50% if I was lucky.
Yeah, it was very, like you said, it was super stacked, wasn't it, back then?
Yeah. They made that documentary, didn't they? All focused around the British final.
Yeah, I saw that one.
What a fucking nightmare that was.
Yeah,
Fred Lineage, they virtually lived with me for a month making that. For those 40 minutes or 45 minutes, they pretty much lived with me for a month leading up to the British final. It was horrendous.
Yeah.
It was horrendous.
Yeah, I bet. Did you think at the time, did that, like, when you was doing that before the British final, did that give you any added pressure than normal, or you already had that pressure?
It was massive pressure.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah.
And then you got Harry and Philip chortling away in the background as well.
Yeah.
My dad was a very stiff taskmaster.
Was he?
He was a hard man to please. Whatever you did in life, he was very, very, very critical.
Yeah.
But he was also my best friend. So.
Yeah. Bloody good memory. Yeah, I watched that I think it's still on I think it's on YouTube now as well. I've watched it a few times. Yeah, I've watched it a few times. It was good.
Yeah, listen, it was interesting. I mean, yes, it was interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, it was fun. But if I'd been smart, I could have converted that into an awful lot of money, couldn't I?
Yeah. Definitely, yeah.
It just, if you'd sold that to companies like, I don't know, you could have sold that. If a good agency would have sold that TV time, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Like you say, they all do this. All of them do this, like, fly on the wall documentary stuff now, doesn't it? Like, it wasn't like a thing then. It wasn't a common thing then.
No, I mean, yeah, but there's no real fly on the wall documentaries. They're like something like they did with producing that 45-minute documentary. There was a month's worth of filming went in to produce that. And if you look at, okay, they weren't living with you 24 hours a day for a month, but they would be filming in the workshop for 5-6 hours sometimes to get a 3-minute clip. And people don't realize the sort of the depth that they go into to produce a 45-minute long documentary. Most of it all ends up on the floor. On the cutting room floor, or whatever they call it.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Glenn Cunningham just asked me if I remember Argentina. Yes, I do remember that, Glenn.
Yeah, I do remember you pop over to Argentina, rescue me and Rico.
Yeah, I say I did 3 or 4 trips to Argentina and had a mega time every time I was there. And Glenn was another very, very talented young English rider. But never probably fulfilled his potential like Edward.
Mm.
You know, just why? Is it, I don't know, too easy, too talented, not having to work at it? I don't know.
Not sure who this is. Who was this? Someone's put JD helped me win the Division 1 Reserve Riders Championship at Poole in 1992. I will never forget that, and I wished I had been able to get that same help more frequently. Oh, what is this?
I don't know who that might be.
Hmm.
I had a lot of people approach me after I'd helped Lee do what he did.
Did you? I
A lot of,
was going to say, yeah.
a lot of people, a lot of dads, a lot of people, a lot of riders, not just youngsters either. You know, to help them, and it was never about money. You know, Lee, I never took a penny from Lee. He'd pay for the air tickets if I had to fly somewhere and stuff like that, and hotels.
Yeah.
But it was never ever about money. It was about I did it from my heart.
Yeah.
And I felt that if ever there was going to be anybody else that I'd help, it would have to be reciprocal. It's got to be the same thing. You know, it can't be. It's not about money. You know, yes, you could turn it into a business, a very profitable business, but at the end of the day, that's not why I helped Lee. It was because I wanted to prove a point.
Yeah.
A, that he wasn't shit. B, I really liked him as a person. He was a lovely, lovely human being.
Yeah.
But I wanted to prove a point that you can manipulate, program somebody and turn them, mold them into what you want them to be.
Yeah.
Yes, they've got to have a certain amount of talent, but you can also I pumped him so full of data, you know, sort of probably 15, 20 years worth of data that I'd had put into my brain was put into him it was force fed into him over a period of the first 3 years. And then he was then ready to do what he wanted to go and do, wasn't he? But if I'd said to him, you've got to stand on top of Nelson's column naked with a fucking pineapple up your ass for a week to make you a better Speedway rider, he'd have done it.
Yeah.
Whereas Edward would have gone, fuck off, I'm not doing that. And that's the difference.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah. Hard to give some of the youngsters advice and stuff like that, and like you said, I get the whole father and son thing sometimes. Like you said, it becomes
father-son relationships in pits don't work.
Yeah.
Because it gets too personal.
That's it. That's the word I was looking for, personal.
Yeah, no, it gets too personal. You know, I've had it with my dad.
Yeah.
You know, I was cutting tires in my workshop one day and my dad said the wrong thing to me. And the next thing I know, I've got a tire knife at his throat. And I'm thinking, what the fuck are you doing? Well, that was when I realised, what are you doing? It's like, no. It's too personal. Fathers and sons are too personal. You're too close. And you both want, the stupid thing is, you both want the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's my dad and me, whether it was Colin and Lee, whether it was you and your dad when you're with your motocross.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you and your dad are both striving for the same things, which is for you to win races and become as good as it is humanly possible for you to become. And you're not understanding, you know, as a kid, you don't understand that. You say, stupid old cunt, what the fuck's he going on about? Doesn't know what he's talking about. What do you mean fucking leave the fuck off? And then now you look back and you go, what a fucking knob I was. It's true.
Yeah, I sort of got away with it with him because he was so laid back. He didn't ever push anything. So, but where I was really highly strung to win and stuff, and he was so laid back, we didn't really fall out. So, but yeah, you can see it with other, like you said, or you know, if you're similar or anything like that, it's not good.
No, it gets a bit. People get a bit carried away.
Yay.
Sean McConnell. How's it hanging? Now he was a charismatic person.
Yes.
You know how good was he when he was
Swindon? Yeah, he was wheeling around everywhere. We loved it.
Yeah, no, you've got to win races as well, but there's that happy medium, you know, and Speedway needs that. Speedway needs entertainers.
100%.
It needs entertainers. It needs British Speedway to survive. At the moment, British Speedway, I think, is going to struggle to survive.
Mm.
But in the form it's in at the moment, if they had half a brain, surely they would make it one league.
That's
and
what I
regional,
thought for this year. That's exactly what I thought was going to happen this year. I was shocked.
and region. Yeah, but then regionalize it. Why wouldn't you regionalize it?
Because of the Plymouth, like Glasgow or whatever you want to say. Yeah.
Yeah, but why the fuck did Glasgow want to come all the way to Poole?
Mm.
How many away fans are gonna travel down to Poole from Glasgow? They're not, are they?
No.
But if you have Plymouth at Poole, just occasionally, not every other week, you're going to get people. You're going to get travelling support, aren't you? If when Oxford are at Poole, that's always a good crowd because again, it's fairly local. You need that local interaction, don't you? And it needs to be achievable for people to go as an away fan and watch their team just down the road.
Yeah. That's what we sort of miss with the whole Swindon, Reading, Poole, and all that, and Oxford.
But there is no Swindon and Reading at the moment.
That's what I mean. That's what I miss. Everyone likes a derby and all that.
Yeah, no, they do, and it creates a lot of interest, and puts bums on seats.
Does it?
Which ain't happening now.
No, I used to go bank holidays all the time to Oxford with Swindon and all that when they Easter weekends and stuff like that.
No, definitely, 100%.
Oh, another man, Mr. Martin Dugard.
Divizhov, that's the place, Divizhov.
There you go.
And Martin hated travelling as well.
Did he?
He was another one like Edward, hated going abroad.
Yeah. It's an interesting one.
Very talented rider.
Yeah, very talented. I remember him he won that British Grand Prix at Coventry as well, I remember.
Yeah.
He's put, who would you say is the best English rider you have rode with or against?
PC.
Peter Collins.
PC or Michael.
Someone else just said as well, how quick was Michael Lee? And
Michael had always had very, 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 very quick engines.
And
he understood the mechanics and how to make engines go quick. He did my engine for me. It was a Lantern Hammer engine, but he prepared it for the Czech Golden Helmet when I won the Czech Golden Helmet. But Michael always had top equipment, engine-wise, as in fast engines. PC was a very, very talented individual as a rider. Yeah, I would say they're the two standout people in my mind.
This is a good one.
Yeah. There you go. That was a good team.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant team.
Winning a lot of trophies.
Outside the RAC head offices in London.
Yeah. How much taller Michael Lee is to Dave Jessup?
Yeah, Michael's seriously tall.
I'd love to get him on as well. I've spoken to him a couple of times on Facebook. Have you spoke to Michael at all in a while?
Last time I saw Michael would have been probably at Poole. They had a dinner, and Michael was one of the guests, and we were both invited.
Yeah.
Los Angeles Coliseum.
What was that track like then? What was
it was very sandy.
And
they had to have an international race the year 12 months before they had the World Final there. And I think that's where that was taken. There was myself, I think Zenon. There was about 4 of us that went out there to do a series of match races.
Yeah.
which then made it an international. It made the meeting where we were racing. It made it become an international race, and then they did the world final there the following year, which was when Kenny and Bruce had their little contretemps.
Yes. I got a picture of you with this you and Kenny in it.
Yeah, Kenny in red, Scott in white, me in blue.
So, did you always get on well with Kenny?
Kenny is a complete wanker. A very, very, very talented speedway rider.
Yeah.
But just a dick. Like, and people will go, how can you say that about him? Anybody that does what he did to end his life and his wife's life cannot be normal or stable, can they?
Such a tragedy, wasn't it?
Yeah. Horrendous tragedy.
Such a talented rider as well.
Sorry?
Such a talented rider as well, wasn't he?
He's an unbelievable rider.
No fear type of.
But then, we went to, we were touring Australia and we were at Brisbane. It was in an open meeting.
Yeah.
And there was, I don't know how many $1,000 to win it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can't remember what we said we'd do. It was the consensus from the team was, why don't we split whoever wins it? Why don't we split it between us and have an equal share each?
Yeah.
And so we kind of semi-agreed that. And then when it came to the final, I think it was me, Kenny, probably John Titman, and maybe, I don't know if that was before Billy died or after. But there was 4 of us in the final, and I know 100% Kenny and I were the 2 English riders that made the final.
Yeah.
And Kenny came up to me and he said, we're racing for it. I said, that's fine with me. It's not a drama, but that isn't what we agreed. He said, no, I've changed my mind. Anyway, I went out and won it.
Mm-hmm.
He was second, and it was, I don't know, $5,000 or whatever it might have been. And I ended up splitting it between the boys.
Mm-hmm.
But that was just typical Kenny.
Yeah.
You can't agree one thing and then turn your back on it. And, it made him so unpopular for the rest of the floor and within the rest of the riders. There was, I think, Andy Graham, Alan Graham, myself, Kenny, and I can't think of who the other riders were. But it
sort of seems like quite single-minded and individual type of.
Yeah, no, 100%, and I have nothing wrong with that. But what I do have issues with is don't bullshit and change your mind. If you say you're going to do something, do it, follow it through. Whether if you've made the wrong decision, that's your problem. Live with it. If it's just, don't be an arsehole. But he was super, super, super talented.
Yeah, he was very quick.
Yeah.
So he should have probably have won the 82. No, sorry. Yeah, 82, wasn't it? Yeah.
What, in America?
Yeah, he was probably the fastest.
He was probably the fastest, but he
just got involved too much with Bruce and.
Sorry?
Just got too involved with the Bruce thing and that. And...
Yeah, but then that ruined his life, didn't it? That was the catalyst.
Yeah, sort of a catalyst.
Another one of those thin lines you were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. He could have been world champion, and yeah, it's such a shame how things work.
How many riders can say they could have been world champion? There's hundreds of us.
Yeah, so many.
The person in the middle of that picture, Scott Autry, such a talented rider.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah,
especially that era of 70s and 80s, them sort of era of there was, like you said, riders finals and all that.
Just Scott was a majorly talented rider, and the first of the Americans really to come over here and do the job properly.
Sort of paved the way for wrestling, really, didn't it?
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Is that Crumpy and Collins? Is it?
Yes, yeah, I don't know. Would that be at Swindon?
Maybe it's England,
Test match, I would have said.
Test match, yeah.
England, Australasia.
We used to love all the test matches, and
Yeah.
they were really good, weren't they? Because the teams were stacked.
Yeah, they were because, but again, you had the personalities and you had the characters doing the test matches. It made it interesting, didn't it? And it was entertaining.
Definitely.
That's Gdansk.
Is that quite a sort of sandy base? Is it, or was...
No, that's an away track, but Gdansk now is quite a dark colour. Yes.
Plenty of material on there, wasn't there?
Sorry.
Plenty of material on there, look.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Most of the tracks in Poland are very, very well prepared, but they're getting slicker and slicker now purely because of the lay-down engines.
Yeah,
and it's a necessity. They need to have the track slick.
Yeah. Well, we've seen it even, haven't we, in the Grand Prix, if there's any, like a Cardiff, there's a little bit of dirt or a couple of ruts here and there, those things take off when they hit any dirt. Or
because they're more like
spinning,
the power band is so narrow.
Just rev to the
combined with the tyres that they're using as well, which seem to just like let go in the middle of the corner, then all of a sudden, like they just take off, and it's like a catapult.
Yeah, because I was in the Cardiff pits this year, and Woofy was absolutely flying, and he looked like he could sort of do something that night, and he literally did exactly the same thing.
Who's that?
Woofy hit a rut on the, getting towards the latter end of the meeting, and obviously broke his hand, I think, or his wrist. Sort of looking like he was going to win one, which he hadn't done for a while.
That was a horrible looking crash.
Yeah, that's a big old fence as well. That's quite a tall fence. It's only like the height of the collie.
That's the exhibition ground at Brisbane.
Yeah.
And that's I would say that's outside the pit gate there, or it's either Sydney Showground. But I think that's Brisbane exhibition ground.
So they were like wooden ones, weren't they?
Yeah, those are. Yeah, they're like railway sleepers. It's not. It's not like a wooden plank. It's
just going to break.
It's the same. It's the same fence for the car racing as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So that has to hold back a speed car, or back in the day, we weren't lucky enough to have air fences.
No, could have done with that, mate.
And Sydney Showground was a proper concrete wall.
Yeah, scary.
Turns 1 and 2 were fucking like you didn't want to fuck up there.
No. Did you not ever mind Exeter? Because everyone seemed to be obviously scared.
No, it didn't bother me at all. I used to enjoy it.
Mm.
It's like Sydney Showground. I love Sydney Showground. I love racing at Brisbane, the Acca there, where we are there.
Mm. Big track.
You never.
Big tracks. You always.
I love
on the big tracks. Yeah.
But you never looked at what the fence was. You just accepted it.
Yeah.
You realised if you hit it, it was going to hurt.
Actually, I don't know if this is you. I found this. It said John Davis on it, but it looked mental. I was like, Jesus. Is that you?
Say that again.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that, and I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, that was at Poole Stadium. That is a World Championship semi-final. And I'd won. All I had to do was finish second to win the meeting.
Yeah.
And I decided I wanted to finish first, not second. In I think it was my last race, or the race before my last race.
Yeah.
And I obviously didn't come second or first. I didn't quite make it to the end.
Did you get? Did you have much injury from that, or?
Nah.
Yeah, got away with that one. Then.
Got up and walked away.
Fucking hell. It's mental, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's a whole series of those pictures. I think Mike.
Oh, is there? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Like a
going in and then hitting the lamp standard coming down. And then, as you know, those Chinese hats that used to be over the bulbs on the lamp standard?
Yeah.
One of those just ends up landing right next to me.
Glad that went well then. Got out of that one.
Yeah.
Oh, Nigel Harala has
Documentary.
put. Yeah, he's put up your. There you go. So if people want to check that out, there's the documentary on YouTube. So he's going to watch that next after the interview. And the other guy was Justin Walker, apparently the one that said he won the reserves
Oh, really?
championship. Yeah, Justin Walker.
Okay.
I wonder if it rings a bell. Oh, someone else said that Ben Howe won the 91 Division 1 Reserve Championship. But yeah, that's a good point as well. Mark said about the characters look like John Cowboy Cook. I'm trying to get him on, actually. Billy Hamill's trying to get hold of him for me.
Get hold of Cowboy Cook.
Yeah, he was a character as well, wasn't
Yeah, he was, but they're entertainers, aren't they?
he?
Whether it's John Cowboy Cook, whether it's Kelly Moran, whether it's Bruce Pennell, whether it's fucking Malcolm Simmons, Dave Jessup, Michael Lee, Peter Collins, Chris Morton, maybe myself, Wiggy. They're all charismatic in one way or another, whether it's, but the biggest thing is they can all win races anywhere in the world. But there's that little bit of something special about them, isn't there?
Stead said about it that it feels there's no entertainers now, very sterile now.
It is very sterile.
Mm.
They've castrated the animal, and that's why it's fucked. Absolutely fucked.
Did you see someone's just mentioned that as well? I don't know if you've seen Simon just mentioned it. What does John think of Oxford running 3 teams this year?
I think it's fucking ridiculous. Do they honestly think that fucking people can afford to go to Speedway that often? Unless they're going to make one meet in the bottom team free gate or something like that. But where are people going to get the money from to go and watch all these Speedway meetings at Oxford?
Yeah, because I know they run the like the junior league. They call it Oxford Chargers, and then they had the championship under the top league last year, and they did well with that. Now they've gone into the top league as well, so bold move. But I see a lot of the GP riders starting to come back now. Obviously, that's going to help the crowds, I would imagine.
Well, they need crowds, and the crowds that I've seen at Speedway over the last few years, it is fucking dire. And it's it's sad, it's wrong, and is it fixable? I don't know. I think it needs some new ideas, some fresh blood, some new thoughts to maybe liven it up a bit, or at least get it back on an even keel.
I went there a couple of times this year, John, at Oxford, and I was impressed with all the new setup and all that, and they have good crowds there.
They get a very good crowd there.
Yeah, it's been very good.
They get a good crowd there.
So obviously, I remember the pits where you guys all went under the arch, and that was
you go under the
iconic
bridge
thing. Yeah, they got it all on the back straight now, but I like a thing that they do there. For instance, I think it's like, say it starts 7:30 or something like that. Like 6 o'clock, the pits is open. The crowd can go into the pits, and all the kids having photos. And
that should be done everywhere as a matter of.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, exactly. It works.
Because if you go to I don't know, if you go to a car race or to a Formula One Grand Prix, if you get a pit walkabout, don't you?
Motocross, same.
You go to British Superbikes. If you go to motocross, if you get any of those things, you can access the pits, can't you? And it's why shouldn't people be able to do that?
But it's very good.
Of course it is, but it makes everything more interactive. You have to keep people, stimulate people's interest, don't you? And so therefore you have to make it interactive, because just watching 4 blokes ride around a track isn't really cutting the ice anymore, is it?
Yeah, they've done a good job there. I was impressed with it at Oxford. How they got it back to how they got it like all brand new after that, because it was literally
was it really
overgrown to another level. Yeah, it was. You would never believed it, and now it's all like brand new, literally. It's very good. All the bars really smart, and it's very good. That's the facility you need.
Yeah, but they must be used for other use.
Yeah, Yeah, I think they do. I'm not sure if they got a gym and all that sort of stuff in there. That's what you need, isn't it? The multi-purpose thing going on.
Yeah.
So it's used all week and all that.
A sports stadium has a lot of outgoing expenses.
Yeah.
365 days a year. So that venue needs to be utilised as often as possible. You can't make a business stack up or come up with a business plan that will make a stadium operate on 1 day's usage or 2 days usage a week.
Yeah, you need these like gyms and casinos and all these sorts of things. It's always good.
Yeah, just entertainment.
Glenn Cunningham's just put, I always had massive respect for JD when I was a kid, and then when I was racing. JD was in the pits with me at the overseas final at Paul in 1998 and really helped me out, and I finished on the rostrum that day. I will never forget what a help to me JD was that day. He kind of knew what to say at the right time to get my head straight. Just wish he had been with me at every meeting.
Bit late telling me all that, Glenn. Yeah, of course I remember doing that. And again, if I thought Glenn Cunningham had been a dick or wasn't capable, I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
But it's like when I started helping Lee, and then they asked me if I'd consider doing the British team.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, why would I want to do the British team? Because everything that was in the British team at that period was stuff that I didn't agree with. You know, whether it was just some of the way the behavior, and that's not knocking anybody. That's just my own personal view.
Yeah.
And so I said, well, let me do an England under 23 team, because obviously Lee was under 23. You had Scotty then as well. And so they said, well, yeah, okay. I said, well, it's the only way you're ever going to progress British riders is to let them travel when they're young. And why don't we have an under 23 team? We used to have a young England team.
Yeah.
And this could work. But I said I haven't got time to do the administration, so I got oh God, I can't remember his name now. Involved as well, and fuck me. Anyway, I did the kind of, if you like, the work with the riders, and he would do the administration for us, you know, the traveling and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And who runs the Speedway Control Board in England now? You don't know, do you? Anyway, that was, I'm certain it was the, that's going to be really embarrassing next time I see him, because I can't remember his fucking name. Anyway, say he did the admin, I did the kind of the groundwork with the riders. And I think it benefited both Scotty and Lee, because there was great rivalry between the two of those to be the best young English rider at the time.
Yeah.
And you had a lot of other good riders like Simon Stead and people like that coming along as well. David Howe was there, Lee Lanham. You know, you had some potentially very good young riders, but I don't see that anymore.
No.
You know, I know they're kind of trying to restructure, or they're trying to structure correctly the England team now, or Team GB as they want to call it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really seem to be working. People like Glenn were very talented, hungry, professional young riders.
Yeah.
You know, like Lee was, like Scotty Nichols was, and I just don't really see that there at the moment. I really don't. I really don't. And I know England won the World Team Cup, or whatever it was called, at Bellevue. Was that 3 years ago?
Yeah. Yeah. Was it, 2 or 3 years ago, wasn't it?
It must
I
be.
had a little bit of luck, I remember, on the day, but at the end of the day, I set fine lines and all that.
Yeah, but it was like, it was. Yeah, I get that. You know, I was very proud to be British that day, or be involved with British Speedway, or love British Speedway, but it wasn't really like it used to be, was it?
No.
Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's It's, you know, and they all kind of strut around, and it's no. It's just lost. It's definitely lost its way somehow, and it is. You know, the shame is, the sport is principally the same sport. It's four blokes going around 4 laps around a shell track going sideways.
Yeah.
and it's exciting, but it's the way it's packaged. It's not packaged properly at the moment, and it's not promoted properly, and that's why the people aren't there, because the sport itself is exciting. If you can get how many million people watching Formula One on a Sunday afternoon, which is the most fucking boring racing. The first 4 laps are great, the last 4 laps are great.
Yeah.
But the rest of it is fucking crap compared to Speedway. Do you not think?
Yeah, I agree.
So you know, and they can get how many million watching that?
It's like you said, it's a combination of a lot of things.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I think the stadiums have a lot to do with it. I think the way it's being run has a lot to do with it. The way it presents itself has a lot to do with it. You know,
Yeah, a lot of the stadiums are back in time, aren't they? There.
Okay, so how much is it to go to like a Premier League football match?
Well, put it this way, John. Even say Swindon Town at the moment, this is the bottom league football, League Two, so it's technically the old 4th division.
Right.
And now it's £27 for me to go to that, to watch Swindon Town in Division 4, technically.
Yeah. And how much is Speedway?
It's like 20 quid, is it?
I haven't got a clue.
I think it's 20 quid roughly.
And how many minutes entertainment do you get at football? 90?
Hour and a half, yeah.
Yeah. How much entertainment do you get at Speedway?
Yeah. It's like 15, 20 minutes in it of actually racing, time-wise. Yeah.
And I think that's a lot of the problem as well.
I don't know if it'd make a difference. I always used to like where they had the second halves.
Second halves, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, in those scrapbooks I was looking at, there was like second halves. There was a lot of programs in there, and obviously with second halves, and it does, you see some of the names of the riders in the second halves, the juniors that have actually come through and ended up as good riders.
Yeah.
There was a lot there.
Yeah, give them track time, like you said, brought youngsters on, chance for
You
them
need,
to shine.
as a youngster, you've got an inexperienced youngster that's trying to get somewhere at any sport, at any level. You need track time, you need air time, you need court time, you need, and you need direction.
And like you said, I think that's a serious issue, is where they don't obviously own their stadiums, or it's normally grounds or whatever. They always got some sort of time, time sort of thing.
Time restraints.
That's what I meant. Yeah, time restraint. Where, so some of them were cutting even just a normal meeting fine, like where they stuff like that. Like even at Swindon, they were doing that at one point. Had to be finished by 9 or 9:30 or something like that.
Yeah, but that is all bullshit, isn't it? Because that's like it's political correctness now, isn't it? You can't make a noise after, a mouse mustn't fart after 9:30 at night or something like that, because it's too close to fucking houses. Well, the stadium was there way before the houses were ever built, wasn't it?
I know. That's why it's bizarre, because it literally, like you said, it literally just come closer and closer to the stadium. And in the end, even at, say, Swindon, for instance, the flipping one of the houses touching the side of the pit's wall. Like, it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but
so you know what's coming, don't you? Yeah.
Huh?
So you know what's coming from that. It's like,
there will never be Speedway at Swindon again, will there?
No, they're talking about now. They've found a site somewhere, but I just didn't like the thing where they said it was
a site.
Yeah, they found a site somewhere, but it's out of Swindon, so I don't know.
Yeah, but what are they doing at Swindon Stadium?
They're just doing greyhounds. That's it.
That is it.
Yeah, they've built like sort of like a new building on the back straight, and they built even a sound barrier all around it. I think it's all part of the, just they had to make sure they built the stadium again so that they could carry on with the rest of their housing. That was like the agreement, but Speedway's not part of that.
Who made all the money from the housing?
I'm gathering. I don't know if the council's part of that, and the guy, what's his name again? The Stadia guy that I think he's shut
The
down
BS
Reading.
group. The BS group.
Yes, yeah. So, like you said, you know what happens? They're going to come in and give them X millions or whatever they do for the land all around it or whatever, and all the car parks completely already got housing going up in it now, where the Swindon is. So it's bizarre. But yeah, so apparently now they're going to have they're trying to get a site where they're going to have a stadium. I think Russell's still involved. Roscoe's not involved. But they want to make it multi-purpose where you can do all these sporting things all week
Surely,
there.
if they were given planning for all those houses there,
Mm-hmm.
surely they should have been made without just giving them planning. There should have been conditions. One of the conditions should have been that you have to rehouse or build a new stadium.
Yeah, I think that's basically is it. They had to build a new stadium, but they should have had some sort of thing in there to say that Speedway could be allowed. So they that's why they've kind of built all this stadium, just so they can carry on with the houses, but not actually having the Speedway there. They're just having the greyhound racing there because they can make money out of that from the bookies all week. There's no one there watching or anything. It's just in the bookies.
Well, no, they call it bags racing, don't they?
That's it, bags racing. Yeah,
they show it all the bookies every every town you go into has got about 3 or 4 bookies, haven't it?
That's it. Yeah. So yeah. But obviously they still make money out of that, I guess. And I suppose at the end of the day, the Speedway was making a loss or couldn't afford to run there.
It's fucking bollocks, absolute bollocks.
Yeah,
and it's just wrong. The fact that they're allowed to get away with it.
Yeah,
because somebody's made a fucking fortune there, haven't they?
Yeah, exactly. We all know how much these housing estates are going to be, and things like that. So, like you said, they said that they couldn't build the houses until they redid the stadium. So they've been doing the redoing the stadium, but no intentions to run. So it's just basically a technicality. So they're sort of almost doing that. Well, we've built the stadium now, so we can carry on with the housing, but not having Speedway. Yeah, bizarre. Yeah,
absolute fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Jason's just put, which local rivalry was the fiercest you encountered?
Reading and Swindon, Reading and Oxford. Probably more so than, Reading and Poole. I mean, whenever I was riding for Poole and rode against Reading, or I was riding for Reading, rode against Poole, it was always pretty fierce. Oxford and Reading was always pretty fierce. Oxford and Swindon was always pretty fierce.
Yeah.
I think, probably Reading and Swindon. No, sorry. Reading and Swindon, or Oxford and Swindon probably would have been the fiercest. I remember when I was a kid at Peterborough. Peterborough against Boston was always pretty fierce.
Yeah.
It was always quite eye-watering.
There were some, like you said, there were some big ones, weren't there?
Yeah, no.
Craigly Wolves, wasn't it? Craigly Wolves back.
If I was going to race at Poole for Reading, and I would do anything for Reading to win at Poole.
Yeah.
It was like the fear of having a shit meeting.
Yeah.
It really, like, fear of failure is like horrible.
Yeah. I think this one's at Swindon. I think that's Swindon with Reading.
That looks like you're taking the piss out of the pose. I think.
No. I'm just saying that's at Swindon. I think.
You reckon?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Outside
I can see that bit in the centre green behind Peter Glenn's. That was a good side there you had there as Reading. Always had a good team there, Reading, with Olsen, Johnson, Jan Anderson, Tony Olsen.
Yeah. No, it's very good. Very, very good teams there. Like Per was superb, wasn't he? And Jan was good for a very long time.
He loved all the indoor stuff as well, Jan, didn't he? The ice racing.
No, he had that dialed right in. I mean, that was his thing. It's like everybody's different strokes for different folks. But the indoor thing was really his. That was what he wanted,
Yeah.
because he used to practice on the ice in Sweden in the winter.
Yeah.
He found that he found that he was very good on the indoor, and that became his kind of his main focus, didn't it?
Someone asked me about that earlier. That's it. Stephen Browning said, JD, what do you think of the winter indoor meetings at Wembley Arena and then later at Brighton?
Yeah, but they were brilliant. They were like, it's like going, any sport needs, okay, it's out of season. It gives people a bit of something to go. It gives them a reason to go to Brighton or to the NEC or wherever for the weekend, doesn't it? And to me, it has to be good. You know, I thought they were fantastic. Hated riding them, but I always seemed to do okay. But I didn't. It wasn't something I really looked forward to in my life. But it was entertaining for the fans, wasn't it? Bit like going to the pantomime.
Did you like doing did you ever do the Talford one?
No.
No.
I did one up in I don't think I did Telford. I did one up in Scotland somewhere.
Yeah.
On the ice. I flew back from Argentina, and I ended up getting on another plane getting off one plane at Heathrow, getting onto another plane, and flew up to wherever it was in Scotland. And it was like, I've never been so disinterested in riding a speedway bike in my life. I'd come from like 34 degrees, 35 degrees to like whatever it was in Scotland.
Yeah.
And we were, me, Chris Mort, Jed, Chris Mort's mechanic. And I think, if it was Roscoe, we were going to do a band. We were going to, fucking, in the interval, just for a bit of fun, we were going to do some, make some music. Make fucking a good musician cry. And so we came back, and it was like, I've never been so fucking cold in my life.
Yeah.
So we didn't take it too seriously.
Oh, that's it, JD. Gaming International with that Clark Osborne. That's it. And
Clark Osborne.
Yeah, he just put there's a crook behind the demise of the stadium. Then they're saying, what was the other one? Someone just said Paul next or something. So I think, is he involved in that as well? I'm not sure if he's involved. Someone's put Clark Osborne, Paul next.
Yeah, no, he is at Paul.
Yeah, so it's a bit dodgy. I think he was part of that hearing about Coventry as well, apparently.
Sorry?
He was part of that hearing. I don't know if you saw that with Coventry, where they were putting in that to try and get Coventry back. I think he was part of that hearing as well.
Clark Osborne is a very good businessman.
Yeah.
And if whoever signed the leases with him, because he doesn't own any of those stadiums.
Yeah.
They're all leases. And if people have given him a lease to sign that is financially beneficial to him to get away with what he can get away with, then he's going to do it, isn't he?
Yeah, of course.
You know, it's like at Pool, the only reason that keeps going is because the car park.
Yeah.
6 days a week, it's a car park, isn't it? And
Their their actual car park, yeah.
And that produces big income for that's how the stadium survives. It can't survive purely on the speedway rent. I can't see it.
No, because Jamie, my brother, he's just said that because he's got some lads that work there at the stadium now, and he's just saying that gaming company sold the land to Taylor Wimpey's. So it is actually the gaming company. So I presume it's Gaming International is called, isn't it?
But then he must have bought the freeholds to each place, mustn't he?
Must have. But like you said, with the Speedway, they were talking about they couldn't afford to pay to ride there or whatever they were doing. They were putting up the rent or whatever they were doing. But at the end of the day, I suppose he's getting offered millions for the land, or they're losing money at Speedway.
Well, what are they going to do?
Exactly.
But it is, yeah, the bloke's a businessman at the end of the day, isn't he?
But it's sort
And
of
I
a
can't,
lot of it's on the council, isn't it? They've obviously got to try and keep some sort of
well,
leisure and sporting thing in the town, etc.
yeah, of course they have, but that's why they should be made to develop an area or put, you know, I don't know if they sold that, say they sold that for 30 million or whatever they sold it for.
Yeah.
Surely then they should be like, okay, we'll give you planning for developing that land, but then you have the, in turn, you've got to put X% back into rebuilding a new stadium,
Mm.
which has to
Needed
be a
something.
multi-use stadium
Yeah.
to
They all
house
need that.
Speedway, Greyhound racing, maybe combine the football with it as well.
Yeah. When I read about what they were going to do to this new venue that they're on about having new location, sorry, but they said it. They sort of covered themselves to say that it might be up to 45 minutes away. So I don't know where that's going to be
Well, it's not going to
exactly.
be it's not in Swindon then, is it?
No, basically, yeah, it's going to be nigh on towards. Well, you could get as far to Oxford nearly with that. So I don't know. Don't know how it's going to work. I don't know if it's because it's in the middle of nowhere, out the way of all housing or whatever. I don't know.
But it's wrong. It's so very wrong.
Mm,
So
how's that going
very
to work?
very wrong.
How's that going to work? Don't know.
But it's not. But then not being funny, any stadium is very much more valuable because it takes up land,
Mm,
or by the time you got the car parking to have to enable people to park near it to be able to go to watch any activity that's going on in the stadium.
mm,
That parcel of land, they've all got a reasonable sized parcel of land with them, which is and the bulk of them have been built around town centres, haven't they? Or just on the outskirts, like Swindon, and so they're very very valuable, aren't they? Prime real estate.
mm. That was it. Look, because he was at the hearing to do with Coventry Speedway, and they just said, look, Clark Osborne was
Yeah,
against
why would he
Speedways.
be against it coming back?
I don't know.
I bet if you did some research, I would imagine
Yeah.
he's probably will benefit if they get planning on it.
Yeah. There's a
Because the
massive car
reason
park
they're
there as well,
obviously
isn't
not put obviously the reason they don't want to get planning on it or don't want the speedway to come back is because it's an eyesore, it's dangerous,
there?
kids get in there can get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So they've let it go to rack and ruin, and whether it was him or that Packy, that was the name of the promoter in Abdul. What was
I
his
can't
name?
remember. Oh, someone I know on here. I do remember him because they were doing well then, weren't they? As well when they had good Coventry team at the time. I remember.
Yeah, they did. Lee was there at the time.
Yeah, yeah. And Hamills and Hancocks and all that.
But that stadium to him is not. It's costing him money. It's not earning any money. It was losing money with Speedway,
Yeah.
unless he drove it into the ground intentionally.
Rich just said that Osborne shut Reading, promised a new stadium. Also Milton Keynes. Sandu, that's it. Sandu.
Sandu, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
But then, if he had the money, if he owned the freehold of the stadium at Coventry, he's not going to want the stadium to have Speedway there again, is he?
Oh.
Because he only bought that to knock it down and build on it. If you're honest.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Because there's something to do because they've got like a double thing. Because they've had the stock cars there, isn't there? Something like that. Is it Coventry
Say
as
it
well?
again.
Is it stock car racing as well? They have at Coventry. That's what
No,
they're trying.
They used to have. They've never had it since the stadium closed. There's been nothing there.
So they've been. I think they're all part of the. The part of the Coventry Speedway trying to get it back. Yeah.
The place is
I've seen
totally
it. It looks terrible. Glenn just said as well, hey, JD, am I right in thinking you were the first rider to own their own contract through your family back in the day?
Yeah, I'm my own contract.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I've not asked that before.
Sorry?
Don't think I asked that before. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there you go. You don't know
How
everything.
did that? Yeah. How
I
did that
can't
come
remember
about?
how it happened now, but I ended up buying my own contract. Oh,
Yeah.
with that was it. When it was to do with Jessup and Bill Barker at King's Lynn, and they owed me money, or they didn't honour the contract
Yeah.
that I had with Simo and Bill
Oh
Barker,
yeah, yeah. You said that earlier.
and
Yeah.
so that instead of getting damages, I walked away with my own contract.
Mm,
So that
interesting.
then
Yeah.
benefited me financially because I was then able to go out and I could get my what I thought I was worth.
Yeah. Instead of any like loan fees or having to buy
Yeah,
you.
I got everything that was there to be got. I got,
Yeah, that's good. Isn't it?
and if I didn't like what they were doing to me, I had to some poke up their ass,
Yeah, yeah.
which I did on more than one occasion.
Someone's just said, Jason just said that Osborne also sold the British Speedway to the developers.
Bristol.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It's land, innit? He's just put Osborne was on the side of Brandon Estates, the company that want to build the houses on Brandon. So Osborne was there to be in favour for this Brandon Estates, the company that want to build houses on Brandon. So he's obviously getting like you said, some sort of money out of the housing wherever he gets the housing.
He's earning money out of this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why he's done it everywhere, but obviously turning it round. Osborne also said at the hearing that Oxford Speedway return was due to the greyhounds. That's a good thing as well. Glenn just said as well. They said that was quite a major thing back in the day. Pretty cool. And imagine if all the riders own their own contracts.
Yeah, but it'd be like all the general public now going to the banks and saying, right, I want all my cash out.
Yeah.
Which is what should happen.
Yeah.
If we all had half a brain, we'd do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because when you I don't know what people think of it, but we're being fucked over by the government massively.
Yeah.
Not that I'm into politics, but
No. Same.
Common sense I'm into.
Graham Gray just said, "Hi John, did you ever ride at a meeting at Ellesmere Port National League Stadium?"
Yes, I did. And I ended up in Ellesmere Hospital.
Okay.
I broke a chain going into the. I think I've been there, probably done about 3 or 4 meetings there in total.
Yeah.
But on one particular occasion, my chain snapped going into the pit turn, and I ended up going back first into the vents, and my coccyx got damaged quite severely.
So that is true. What Sue's right. I love all John's life stories. He should write a book.
I could make your eyes water, Sue. Trust me.
Yeah, yeah. You'd have a lot of solicitors going over that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I didn't spot that. Neil had come on here earlier as well. What time was that? 10 to 9. He just put, what about
the Austrian traffic? Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Okay, we're traveling. We're going to Vienna, or
Yeah.
we're in Vienna, and we're lost. We're trying to find the fucking track.
Yeah.
And we had this driver called Grubby. Now, Grubby could drive. He was like a fucking. He could just drive and drive and drive and drive. He could drive 48 hours without stopping for a fart. And so we've got.
Handy to have as a rider, yeah.
Eh?
It's handy to have as a rider with someone that can do that.
Yeah, no, you had to have somebody like that to drive you across Europe. And there was no sat navs. So we're lost in the middle of Vienna.
Yeah.
And we come to these traffic lights. The traffic lights are on green, but there's vehicles. In fact, we can't get across. We're trying to turn left. Anyway, it got to the point where everybody's panicked. Well, the driver panicked, and he's just dropped the clutch and gone for it. A car's swerved to miss us, and has gone straight through a shop window, the other side of the road.
Mhm.
And Grubby's going, what do I do? Do I stop? I'm going, no, fuck off. Just keep going. We've got to get to the track. Fuck them. They'll be all right. So we're driving around, and within 5 minutes, we find ourselves back at the same traffic lights. Now, back at these traffic lights, and everybody is going, there they go, as we went across.
No. Yeah.
And this car is literally in the front of this shop, gone straight through the window, and it's just parked. They didn't know how to get it out. It was like we had some, yeah. Grubby was a bit of a superstar when it came to driving. He could find his way anywhere in Europe, anywhere.
So he's like the human sat nav, yeah.
Yep, no sat navs, no mobile phones.
Mental.
And he'd drive us all the way to Czech Republic, Austria, Sweden, Germany, anywhere.
Yeah.
And never get lost.
Yeah. My dad was like that with motocross tracks in the UK. I was like, same again, no sat navs, no nothing. Now we've got a job to get there even with a sat nav.
Yeah.
Everyone's like so spoiled. We're like, look at that.
Yeah, but then that's all part of growing up, isn't it? It's part of the going abroad and standing on your own 2 feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Now it's a piece of piss, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's all too easy. Everything's too easy in life now.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't learn you the
Everything
ways.
is too easy in life.
Something like this is good. Stephen Joyce said, do you still have any of your old bikes, leathers, etc. that you've displayed at home, race jackets? Same with any trophies you've won?
I've got a really good collection of trophies. Yeah, I've several hundred of them, which I've kept.
Yeah.
And I've got loads of scrapbooks. I have no bikes. Ask Neil why I haven't got any bikes. When Lee had my engines, obviously I have my rolling chassis. I had a couple of lay down, I think I probably kept my best lay down and my best upright. And so Neil said, I've got a container. You can put them in there if you like, because Edward had moved in at home and was using my workshop, and everything of mine got chucked out or evicted.
Yeah.
So I took these rolling chassis over to Neil's place where he put them in this container. Unbeknown to us, the container must have had acid in it at some point.
Yeah.
Because the acid was in the atmosphere. So when I went back about 18 months later to get my bikes and my chassis, all the aluminium, like everything that was aluminium, it was powder.
No way.
Yeah. So my chassis, there was nothing left. So no, I haven't got any chassis. That's the long story of that. I've got some of my leathers, got some of my helmets for my pride and joy.
Yeah, I loved your helmets.
Yeah, that's some good Troy leaders.
You had some nice shoey ones, and
yeah.
What about that Arrow one? Have you got the Arrow one with the stars on it and all that? That was in the background.
No, I haven't. The main ones I've got are the shoeys. The last lot of shoeys, and I've got probably about 6 or 7 of those.
Very nice.
Plus a car racing one, and
I'd love to see those scrapbooks. I bet they're good.
Yeah.
I love all that stuff, pictures and all that.
I've got lots of those.
Yeah, I like that.
But no, Grubby was he was a seriously good chauffeur, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Really good chauffeur. In Barclay was also because Barkles used to love going abroad. He'd love nothing better than a trip abroad.
Yeah.
So that's he used to promote the Ace of Aces.
Oh, the grass jacket. Yeah. That's
a
big event, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's a big event. He's just put scoring a 15-point maximum Exeter riding a long track Jawa 2 valve.
Yeah, my dad wouldn't let me. My dad wouldn't. Kenneth Sanders, Colonel, I suppose, but Colonel Sanders. Yeah, okay. My dad wouldn't let me come off onto the West Lakes. He made me ride the 2-valve Jawas because he didn't like the way the West Lakes were built. He thought they were not very well built. And so, and we were waiting for Jawas because Jawas kept promising they would be developing a 4-valve engine very soon. So my dad said, "Look, just stay on the two valves." So I did. Excuse me. And yeah, I did. It just made me ride very, very hard. There wasn't a lot of difference if you're honest, there wasn't a lot of difference in speed.
Mm.
The West Lakes probably were, or the four valve engines were better off the start, the first turn. But I had some pretty good two valves, and my dad just used to make me ride very hard.
And who was that? She always had like good engine tuner, didn't you? Tuners.
Sorry.
You always had a good engine tuner. What was the one you used?
Yeah, no, my dad was. My dad wasn't a great engine tuner, but he used to detune them to make them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which obviously worked to a degree because they'd worked to the first corner.
Yeah. Grip off the gate, like.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But in the last 8 years that I rode, 10 years that I rode land, he was my tuner, and he was awesome. If I'd had him as an engine tuner, when we rode in the World Team Cup in '77, I was like, what had I been then? 22 years old. And I had some twin carbs on a Westlake.
Mm-hmm.
And the twin carbs had been given to me or sold to me by Hans Wasserman, who was a German that rode at Reading.
Yeah.
And any engine you put these twin carbs on turned into like a rocket ship. You could any Westlake, because they were ported for a Westlake.
Yeah.
And yeah, I could put them on the worst Westlake engine I had by now, because obviously by now I'm off the two valves, big on the Jowers, gone now onto Westlakes. Any of the Westlake engines I put these twin carbs on turned into a rocket ship. And so we've gone to the World Team Cup final in Poland, and Lanty was there, and he saw that I had a set of his twin carbs on a Westlake on my bike.
Yep.
And but he didn't speak any English. It was many years later when in his workshop, and he said, "I remember seeing you in Wrocław the first time using my twin carbs." And I'm like, right. I said, "Why didn't you talk to me?" And he said, "I couldn't speak any fucking English." He said, I wanted to do engines for you then."
Yeah.
But he didn't know how to talk to me or communicate with me.
What's he like?
Yeah, and he was a serious engine tuner. Chris Moore.
Nailed up rights.
Yeah. Yeah, but the actual racing was way superior then to now.
Definitely was, wasn't it? It's not even doing the old school thing, doing that. I loved it back in the day. It was just better racing, like you said.
Yeah. Listen, as long as everybody's, it's no good if you got one person on a lay down and everybody else on uprights. But as long as the bikes are all going about the same speed, that's where Speedway is so good. It is so good.
Where's that? That looks quite.
Looks like Halifax to me.
Yeah, I was going to say it's quite banked, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was quite a big track as well, wasn't it?
Yep.
Was it Shay? Was it the Shay they called it? Was it Shay?
Yeah, they used to call it the Shay. Yeah.
That's it, Shay. Yeah. Love all the pictures and everything. Would you say that was, like you said, was that one of your best times that you had was at Reading?
When? Hello. Say that again, Lee.
Sorry, Reading, was that one of your favourite times of your career race with Reading?
No, I think my favourite times were probably the last 6 or 8 years that I rode.
Yep.
Because I knew what it took to win. I understood my own demons.
Yeah.
And I understood what it took to win.
Yeah.
I knew about engines. I understood about my engines. But more importantly, I understood my own demons.
Yeah.
And every sportsman, I don't care what sport they're in, everybody has their own demons.
Yeah, for sure.
But when you conquer those, is when you know, it's like everybody matures and comes to their peak at a different time in their life.
Yeah.
And I think I was a bit late maturing. Maybe I was a bit immature when I was young. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like you said, you
I
can't
always
beat the
felt
experience and that.
I always felt I was better. That
Yeah.
period when I came back to Swindon to help Swindon out,
Yeah, you were absolutely flying.
that was when I felt I was at my peak
Mm. Like I said,
because I
you doing
understood
it.
things.
I remember you going like a good few meetings without getting beat, wasn't it? I remember it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. That was a flipping shame, wasn't it, with that accident you had?
Yeah. Shit happens.
That was a
though,
bad
doesn't it?
one as well, though, wasn't it? That was a bad one.
Yeah. Yeah. I now
Proper
have a
bad.
third of that leg is now metal.
Is it?
Hmm.
So I remember you saying it was quite scary at the time, wasn't it? Because it was like, didn't you get like all a build up of? It went really
That
bad,
one,
didn't it?
no, that's the other. That's the other leg. That one was a blood clot in my
That's it.
thigh.
Blood clot. Yeah,
That happened at Swindon last
yeah,
against Kings Lynn, Bo Brell. He was
yeah.
off
I
gate
remember you
3 and I
saying.
was on 4 and he just turned right.
Oh,
And yeah, I had a blood clot in my right thigh.
jeez.
And I was in absolute agony. I went to, tried going to Salisbury Hospital on the way home and they didn't want to know. No, they just told me to piss off and go to Poole Hospital. So I went to Poole
Did they?
and they admitted me into Poole Hospital. And
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was. You didn't know it was a blood clot, otherwise you would know.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So they've admitted me into hospital, and then it's getting worse and worse, and I'm screaming with the pain.
Yeah, agony, yeah.
And Neil's ex-girlfriend Kathy was a nurse there,
Mm-hmm.
and she came to. I asked if she was on duty, and she was, and she came to see me, and I just said, "Look, Kath, I need to do something. I don't know what the problem is, but I'm in so much pain."
Mm.
And she got a doctor, called a doctor out, or phoned him. He was at home. Doctor came out. He was an orthopedic surgeon, and he said, "You have a blood clot." They diagnosed a blood clot in my thigh. He said, "I said, well, can you cut it out? Can you operate, please?" He said, "No, I can't touch that." I'm like, "Why? This is killing me." He
Yeah,
said, "Yeah, I know," but he said, "If I get it wrong," he said, "it will get you. You will end up losing your leg."
Jesus.
I said, "Look, I
It's
don't
scary,
care
isn't
what pain I'm getting at the moment. I really don't give a shit."
Yeah. It's that desperate, like.
So I had private insurance.
Yeah.
So I just phoned up. I asked Kathy, I think it was her or somebody else, and to phone up I think it was Aviva I was with,
Yeah.
and just get me out of there. I needed to get out that night. So they
Yeah.
got me to. There was an orthopedic surgeon that used to look after my mum,
Mm-hmm.
um, and he used to work out of the private hospital at Dorchester called the Winterbourne.
Yeah.
And he was an Olympic athlete. He represented
Okay.
England as an athlete.
Yeah.
And so he understood about the gravity of things. And if he told me I couldn't race for 4 weeks, I knew I couldn't race for 4 weeks.
Yeah, you just tell you how it was, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I've managed to get to the Winterbourne Hospital
Mm-hmm.
and spoken to him. Who he met me there out of the ambulance.
Yeah.
And within 5 minutes, I was anaesthetised and in the operating theatre.
Thank God for that. That was a relief.
Yeah, and they brought the hematoma, the blood clot, was in a
Yeah.
big jar, and they showed it to me, and they
Yeah.
said if they hadn't taken it out, I would have lost my leg
Jesus.
because
Scary.
and Poole Hospital wouldn't touch it.
No, they were like literally like, no.
Yeah, bunch of
Jesus.
dicks.
So that was good, wasn't it? Then that insurance thing, and that was handy.
Yeah. No, I always had private insurance. Well, especially racing abroad.
Yeah.
racing in places like Argentina and Poland, and when that first opened up, and East Germany when we were racing there, you needed private insurance just in case something went wrong.
Yeah, definitely see things are wrong.
That was the first time I ever beat Brigo.
I was just about to say that's Brigo there, isn't it? And,
Beating my hero.
yeah, I was going to say he was your first hero. That must have been a bit surreal then. Was that? So was that
Yeah, it was.
ever weird when you lined up alongside him?
Yeah, I beat him in the evening as well at Wimbledon.
Wow. So you did a double header then?
Yeah,
right.
It was a double header. Oxford in the morning and then in the evening at Wimbledon.
Did you enjoy that your time at Oxford as well? Because you were obviously quite young then.
Yeah, of course I did. Listen, I enjoyed riding Speedway wherever I was riding pretty much. But no, Oxford was because I was born in Oxford.
Yep. So that felt like a hometown.
It was kind of, Listen, I enjoyed my time at Oxford. I enjoyed Peterborough.
When I first looked at this picture, I thought that was George Best at the bottom then for a second.
George Best?
I thought it was the bottom right. I thought it was George Best for a second. I was like,
that's Webby.
Oh, right, okay.
Those leathers there I bought off of Ivan.
Yeah.
Do you remember the pictures of him with his gold?
Yeah, now you see that. Yeah, he's got,
and the yellow leathers, and they were too small for me.
Were they?
And I was determined to wear them.
Yeah, because they were
because they're Ivans.
Yeah, did they go faster?
Oh yeah, they were quick leathers.
Yeah, that's it. Go faster leathers. Oh, what was that like? Because there's Bob Kilby there as well. Obviously, he was at Swindon a long time.
John Hughes, Bobby McNeil, or me, then Bobby McNeil, Bob Radford, team manager, Gordon Kennett.
Yeah.
Is that Malcolm Ballard? Don't know. Richard Greer. Kilb was.
Oh, of course, Richard Greer. Yeah, he was a manager at Eastbourne as well.
Eddie Reeves. I mean, there was a lot of us there out of the second division.
Yeah. Was Bob like the number one sort of thing then, was he?
Sorry?
Was he sort of like number one for the team then, Bob?
What, Trebor Yiblik?
Kilby there, was he?
Yeah, Trebor Yiblik.
So, of course, I remember now. Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah,
when you said that, I was like, what's he on about? Then I remember you saying it about it. Oh, brilliant.
I'm certain that is Malcolm Ballard. That was the team that was 1980, wasn't it?
Yeah. Because that was because I remember all that hoo-ha in the news about that, the bet or something, wasn't it? Or,
yeah, there was Dave Lanning, and again, Dave Lanning was smart enough. He took out this bet at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
For us to win the league.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, you could lay the odds off. And so he's laid off however much or whatever the premium was, I don't know. But it's like an insurance policy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, we won the league. So we each got, it was split, there was 40 grand that was split between us, between the riders, pro rata, depending on how many meetings you did.
Yeah.
So we all ended up with, I can't remember how much I ended up with now. But Dave Lanning, who actually instigated the whole thing and was the promoter, he never got a penny. And he was apparently promised that he would get something in recognition for what he did for the team winning the league and putting the bet together and everything else. It was actually more than 40 grand because the promotion got money as well, so we were led to believe.
Mm.
And it all ended up going to court.
Did it?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
No, it all went to court, and because I was a witness in the court, and I can't remember what happened now. But I was on Dave Lanning's side, and that's when it all I kind of fell out with Reading over that. Because I thought it was very wrong that he should do with everything he's done for Reading over the years.
And
he should get kicked in the bollocks.
Yeah.
And so I went to court and stood in the dock. And he did. I'm certain Dave Lanning did end up getting money out of it.
Oh, I was right there. Got some.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it was 40 grand. It wasn't fortunes at the time. You know, at the time, it was a lot of money.
Yeah.
And there was, what, 7 riders? So probably ended up with about 5 or 6 grand each. Plus, I
Yeah.
expect Bell probably got some as a team manager.
Yeah. Oh, I bet Martin was happy then because that was his last season, I think, as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Martin would have been happy.
Yeah. I got another picture of you here with Martin somewhere. Where's that gone? Did see it. What is it? There's 3 of you, I think there was. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, bit of a painful expression.
Good riders there, eh?
Hey?
Good riders there.
Yeah. That was the 80, it was 1980 though.
Because for me, you'd like this, the 70s, 80s, and 90s. You rode all like the best for me, the best climbs as well.
Yeah, I was lucky. I was
like a top rider in all of them. So
yeah, no, I was very, very lucky to be riding those
definitely the best.
the right periods.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, as your
That's in the World Team Cup final in '77. That's my bike. That's my makeshift twin carb cover. You can see the built to this side. And Dave Jessup borrowed my bike in 2 races. That bike was unbeaten in the World Cup final. I was unbeaten on it, and so was David. And we're just changing the clutch plates.
Yeah, I see that on the floor there, a big pile of it.
Check golden helmet.
That was one of the beauties, wasn't it? Weren't you the first Brit to do that?
First Englishman ever to win it, yeah.
First Englishman, yeah. And that was something to do with that as well, isn't it? No. Was it?
That was Buckingham Palace, all sporting world champions during the Queen's reign.
Oh, I see Martin. Was that like all the ones because you guys won the World Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty cool then.
Yeah, I only went in case Diana was there. I hate the royal family.
Yeah, I wasn't in love. I think that was the same sort of thing now, isn't it? I think most people were Diana.
Well, they had a killed, didn't they?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. Don't buy any of those other stories.
Eh?
Oh, there's some young ones on there. I spotted Barney strap. When I first saw it, I was like...
Looked like a bloody...
Is that guy? Is that Glover?
Doesn't he? Eh?
Is that Glover in the middle as well at the back?
Yeah, it's Carl Glover, yeah.
Oh, I've just lost you.
Eh?
I've lost you. Just lost you then. Oh, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. I've never been
anywhere.
anywhere.
It just went then. Yeah, it just
yeah, red and yellow leathers, really tall in the middle at the back is Carl Glover.
Yeah, that's it, Glover. I said, yeah. So I think that's Barney, second left at the back.
Yeah, second to the left. Looks like an Apache.
Yeah.
Roger Johns next to him on the right of him.
That's Roger Johns, I remember it.
Yeah.
Gordon Kennett at the front of that as well.
Dave Piddock, then Carl Glover, then Mick Lanham, then Frankel Fret, Tony Davey, Tiger Beach, Trevor Barnwell, bottom right hand side kneeling. Gardner, I think, is the next one. God knows. Then me and Bobby McNeil, Gordon Kennett, Trevor Gear.
Britain's young hopefuls.
Yeah, we were young at the time. At the time, we were young.
Yeah. Proper as well. That silencer, love them.
Sorry?
Bring them silencers back.
Yeah.
When they put them crap silencers on, I remember being at Swindon when they put them silencers on. I remember Scott Nichols was signed for Swindon and put the new silencer on it. It sounded horrendous. It was flat as a pancake, and he was like, I remember it all.
They brought out a silencer called the Rowe silencer. It was developed by a bloke called Dr. Rowe. Yeah. And I refused to ride with them.
Mm-hmm.
I just said, I'm not fucking putting these on my bikes.
Yeah. What did it do to them then, John?
Eh?
What did it do to the bikes when they were on the...
Well, it just created so much back pressure. The engines were overheating, and they were fucking.
Was it? Yeah.
But
Wearing out quick.
they wouldn't rev out with them,
Mm.
and I absolutely, totally, 100% fucking refused to ride with them.
Yeah.
And so in the end, they did chuck them out. But the BSPA, like a bunch of twats, had been out and bought however many hundred of them, so they made sure that every rider had they supplied all these silencers to all their riders and their teams.
Yeah.
And it was like, I just refused to use them.
That's a nightmare.
Eh?
Nightmare.
Yeah, it was. They were bollocks.
I gather you didn't ride. Did you ride for Wolverhampton Houses? You guessed in there?
No, I was just guessing.
Yeah, I thought you were. Yeah. I love that helmet with the stars on it. I remember that really well.
Yeah, no, it was good helmets. The Irans.
Yeah, very nice. You had some good times at Paul as well. Though. You was with.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I love riding Paul.
Mm. This is
That's Halifax World Championship semi-final. That year,
Yep.
Kenny and I were by far the best Englishmen by a fucking country mile.
Yeah. So I see that's Neil Collins as well. I've been trying to get a contact for Neil Collins.
Don't know.
No. I'm in contact with Phil, so maybe he can sort me out. Maybe Phil can sort me out. I'm just supposed to be trying to do one with Phil Collins.
Yeah, Phil would obviously have it, wouldn't he?
Mitch. He was a bit fiery, Mitch, wasn't he? Mitch Shearer. I remember him coming to Swindon as well.
Yeah, but he was a good rider.
Yeah, he was good. He was sort of like as small as Dave Jessup type of rider, wasn't he? But he was.
Oh no, definitely.
He was definitely. I remember him. He was quite fiery. I remember him getting involved a few times at Swindon.
He was very fiery.
Yeah.
Very entertaining.
Yeah, he was. He was all round. Yeah, he was a bloody tidy rider, like you said. He had a good style.
Yeah, no, very brilliant rider.
Mm. Oh, Wimbledon days. Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to look at the fence a bit, but
yeah, so I was looking at.
Yeah. I love all the photos. I dig everywhere for these photos because I was like, oh, what have I used last time? I was like trying to find.
Neil and I went on to what's it called, skid marks or something, isn't it?
Yeah, there's John Somerville. Yeah, I get a lot of them off of there. But
Neil and I were looking on that.
Well, yeah.
I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, it's really good, isn't it? It's literally
a
lot of these. Literally, all these were from near Oxford. Pretty much every club you've been at was on there, and plus others I hadn't seen before. So it is good for digging.
No, definitely.
Really good.
That was world final in Boyens, I think.
That's Connie. I don't know if that's Connie.
Connie
Iverson, yeah. I remember him coming to Swindon as well. What's this one for?
British final.
British final. Is that like all the qualifiers, top three?
Yeah, the people that qualified, yeah.
Yeah.
Dougie Wire.
Dougie Wire, yeah.
Wire. Eh?
I had a good interview with him as well. PC.
That was the World Masters in Gothenburg. I won it, he was second.
There's a lot of, because quite a lot of the riders, didn't they, sort of struggled abroad, but you always excelled abroad.
Yeah, no, I loved riding abroad. Much preferred it.
Was that like the tracks were a lot better? And
say that again.
Was the tracks a lot? You just the tracks were better. Did you prefer the tracks in?
It's faster.
Yeah,
they're bigger, more
tracks,
open.
You
didn't have to make starts.
Yeah, you could do past people. Got that shoey. I love them shoeys.
Yeah, I've got those. Yeah.
I loved all them shoeys that you had. Is that Bo Peterson? Is it?
Bo Peterson, yeah.
Bo Peterson. He was a good rider.
Bo, very good.
He was good at Swindon. I remember with Crumpy.
Yeah, no, he's very good. Bradford.
Yeah, Bradford. Leading hands away, is it?
Yeah, Jeremy Doncaster and myself.
Don't know who that is behind. Was that weird? Was it weird to go back to Reading when you was going back there as a visitor?
Yeah,
being there
no,
so
very,
long?
very weird to go back.
Yeah.
Very
Must have
weird.
been.
But when I finished there,
Yeah.
I went back there the week after with Paul,
Yeah.
and that was really strange.
Was that? Would that have been one of the? Well, no, I don't suppose it was the first time you were in the away one, was it?
That was in, I think that's either Pfaffenhofen or Kempton. And if it's Kempton, I won the meeting. There's a big cowbell, which I've got, like these big cowbells you hear them.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I've got this massive big fuck off cowbell hanging in the trophy room. And
Oh,
it
right,
is.
that's from there. That's from there. They had like almost like the sort of like the camel bibs they had in Motocross there, aren't they? Sort of almost.
Yeah.
Is that Crumpy on the outside? Michael.
Yeah, Phil Crump, Michael, and myself.
Yep. What was happening here then? I don't know what this is.
This is that was the incident with Ivan Major at White City.
Ah, okay. Is this the same bit there I found as well? Is that
Yep.
it as well? Yeah,
Yep.
right, okay. Where they like exclude you and you're like, what the fuck?
I refused to get off the track.
Oh, I see. When I found it, I'm thinking, what was that then? Oh, we just literally talked about that not long ago.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, that was the meeting where I pointed out the bird with the tits to Carl, and he was like, at the end of the day, he accused me of not being serious enough. I said, who's got the most points today then, Carl?
Oh, brilliant. Good comeback.
Yeah.
It's got like the full proper, that was unusual to have like them full face. Is that like, didn't Gresham have one like that when he was, I remember.
Yeah. No, that's right. He did.
Yeah.
That was the bell.
That. Yeah. So I think I've got one of the monkey mouse things that Martin wore.
Oh, have you?
Mm.
They're worth fortunes, you know that.
Yeah, someone said that. I was like, are they?
500 quid.
Was it?
Yeah.
Bloody hell. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
everyone loves memorabilia now, doesn't it?
It was on eBay, I think.
Was it?
I'm certain it was on eBay.
It's all of it now is like that. I know all this memorabilia.
Yeah, but it's mad. Why would anybody pay 500 quid for a fucking monkey mask? That was at Wiggy's. That was at Wiggy's fancy dress.
Oh, brilliant!
And first prize was a big black dildo. And I won the big black dildo.
Did you?
And I'm talking like 2'6" long.
Is that in the trophy room as well, John?
But no. I'm going to tell you what happened to that.
Go on.
4 inches in diameter, and it was it was a latexy type feeling thing. Anyway, we drove to Austria, and we were going skiing. There was myself, Neil, Gibby, Philip, my mechanic. Gibby was Neil's mechanic. I'm trying to think who else was there. I know Wiggy might have been there as well, I think. Anyway, we're out for a drink in the evening, and we're in one of these mountain bars.
Yeah.
Like it's a little, but it's nothing sort of flash or anything like that. And there's these girls in there, and so I snuck outside and I've got the big black dildo, and I put it down my tracksuit bottoms.
Oh, Jesus.
And these girls came and sat next to us, and we're talking away, and I put a hand on this thing going down my leg, on the inside of my leg, and she's gone, "Ooh." I'm speaking English. She's got all the mates to come over. Feel some of that.
You want to feel?
Yeah, they all had a feel of it. Anyway, then they found out it wasn't mine. The colour gave it away.
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, see, I mean, I couldn't enjoy that conversation with any other speaker, I don't think.
Sorry?
I said I could only get, I could only have personal conversations with you about stuff like that. Brilliant. Mark Flatman also put, would John get back on a bike now like Nigel's doing?
No, because he's not going very fast. I think I'd listen. He's having fun and he's doing what he loves doing. Great, but you just make a tit of yourself. You know, like you know, no. I think you know, what do I think? I think I'd have to put a corset on to get in my leathers to start with, and I just think no, those days are gone. You know, you have to move on, don't you?
Mm.
And I just feel that once you've moved on, that's it. Don't go back. Because your brain works quick enough, but your body wouldn't take it.
For sure, that's what happened, isn't it? Stephen's just put, we've had a couple of replica Reading Racers race jackets made with your name and number 1 on the back of them. Any chance you could sign them for us when you're at Newbury races at some point, please? We want to frame and display them after home just for nostalgia reasons.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever.
That'd be cool. Love that. What was that? What, I don't really get that one. What you think when you first start in Gdansk? Oh,
I loved Gdansk.
Yeah.
And there was I loved everything about Gdansk. I loved it because it was like the Wild West. It was like you couldn't park your car if you had a Western registered car.
Yeah.
You wouldn't park it on the side of the road. You had to park it in secure pounds.
Yeah.
And because the Russian mafia were nicking the cars, and the cars were disappearing within 10 minutes. Like you could lock it, whatever. If they saw it and they liked it, it was gone, and it was over the border into Lithuania.
Yeah.
Never to be seen again.
Yeah.
And I loved racing for Gdansk. There was I loved the track.
Yeah.
The people seemed to love me.
Yeah.
Zenon up till then was the most popular rider, and he like I was genuinely really popular out there.
Yeah.
And I had to I think the last meeting I did it, or the last race I did at Gdansk,
Yep.
I had to win my last race for them to get promoted, which I did. And I had some really good times there. There was a thing called Golden Gate there.
Yep.
And which is a gate to the old city. And the Golden Gate has always used to have a busker there. And he was a mad Speedway fan.
Yep.
And so I used to go there, and he would play anything. Like Philip would come with me, mechanic, and when he'd finished busking, we'd go and sit up from the Gold Gate. There's like a little old cobbled street. And on the left-hand side, there was a little terrace with outside a bar. And the old busker would sit there outside with us on this terrace, and he could play anything from the Beatles to Tchaikovsky to Elvis, U2, anything. We just have a sing-song. It was great. I'd pay for the beers. He'd entertain us.
Brilliant. That was good times, then.
Yeah, no.
Andrew here just said that he was there in 08, 09, and was talking to some Polish fans and talking about you still.
Lee used to take the piss.
Yeah.
Because I went out there with he had one of his under 21 rounds out there, or it might have been Grand Prix qualifier or something, I can't remember. And we went to he rode in Gdansk, and it was like because they gave me it's like you had the freedom of the city.
Yeah.
And you go into restaurants and they wouldn't want you to pay. And they didn't want to take your money, and I hated that because obviously, like, it's wrong.
Yeah.
And so anyway, this busker, I say to him, "Is there anything that you want from the UK?" And he could not get proper guitar strings, the guitar strings he needed to play Kaiser.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So take guitar strings for him back whenever I was, or if I got somebody coming back to get them to do that.
He was checking that.
Eh?
He'd like that, though.
Yeah, but it was just...
that's nice. That's nice, yeah.
They used to have this chant. It used to be, Lee used to take the piss, because it was something like, Johnny Day, it's okay. And they all used to like chant this around the stadium.
Yep.
And Lee found it highly amusing. But it was.
But then he realised you was a proper legend over there as well.
Yeah. But it was a class place to ride. It was great fun.
Yeah, it was like basically like football crowds, weren't they? Like with the chants.
Yeah, nice. It's exactly what it was. And when we used to go away, the Gdansk fans were the worst away from home. They had the worst reputation.
Yeah.
And they'd have the police dogs surrounding them, and the fireworks would be going off. And, brilliant atmosphere.
Yeah.
Brilliant atmosphere for riding.
Yeah. Brilliant. What's going on here then? I spotted this on that Somerville collection. I think it was the end of the season shenanigans.
Oh, I would say somebody's getting duffed up with flour or fire extinguisher.
Yeah. They don't do any of that anymore, do they? They always used to do that in the last.
No, they're really boring now. We did that at Peterborough.
Yeah.
And I've got this. I can't remember who it was now. And I've tapped him on the shoulder and I've done a fire extinguisher straight at him. And it takes all the oxygen out the air, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He nearly ended up on a life support machine.
I was going to say, could he breathe?
No. It nearly killed him. He ended up almost on life support.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. These things do go wrong occasionally.
Yeah.
Just an open meeting in Sheffield. I rode for Sheffield for half a season when I fell out with Paul.
Right, okay. Because you must have enjoyed that track as well. Because that's fast, isn't it?
I love Sheffield, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of an early one. Is that a Peterborough?
Yeah. This is a very early one.
What was the years that you was at that Peterborough?
That would have probably been 73.
73. I like them ones as well. With that, with that gold on the arms.
Gold, yeah. Now we had the gold quite early on in our life.
I like that. I did like this setup as well, though. Like I said, I always like the pictures where you got that arrow on with the stars on. I do like that.
Yeah, that was my Radio 210 leathers.
Nice. I just love the old bikes. Just look at the old bikes like that with the. I don't know.
Yeah.
That just looks brilliant. That picture. Oh, there we go.
British final.
British final. Calvin looks happy.
Calvin's never happy.
Yeah, that's what I was supposed to show when I showed the golden helmet picture. That's what I was supposed to show after. Is that all like the winners and?
Yeah.
All
past winners. Dennis Segalis on the left.
Oh yeah. God, Milan Spinker, I remember him.
Milan.
Yeah, I remember him. Thomas Tompinker, yeah. Jerry Snansel. Ollie. Hans. God, I didn't see Hans, huh? Jeremy Doncaster. Jeremy Doncaster was always quite good abroad though, wasn't he? I remember him.
Jeremy was always very, very quick abroad.
Yeah. I see he's won, is that, like he won two of them then?
Yep.
Ah. Ollie's greedy, isn't he? 7.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, Gerald Stansel won 5, did he?
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Stansel's a superstar out there.
Look at the crowd there as well then. When was that?
Sorry?
Do you remember where that was? Because look at the crowd still.
When it was, that was about 5 years ago.
Still a lot of people there. Oh. That's the crowds you guys were racing with every week.
Yeah. But the crowd out there before, when it was Iron Curtain, again, was insane.
Yeah.
Totally insane. Like they'd be hanging up the trees. There's there's a book that was written, and there's a chapter about everybody, all the winners, past winners, and it's written by a guy called Ilya Zhenka, and he was another one of these Communist Party stroke KGB type people, but he was a massive Speedway fan, and he wrote the book, and he had the chapter about me. He had it actually translated into English.
Yep.
It's called "I'm All Right, Dad." because I always used to have to phone my dad up after the meetings, tell him that I was okay.
Yeah.
So
I've never seen that one you sent me earlier. I've never seen that one either that you'd sent me.
that.
Yeah. Bloody good.
No, I was just going through the scrapbook and I found it.
See, scrapbooks. What we go into scrapbooks.
But I had thousands, and I mean thousands of photographs. I don't know where half of them are now. The only thing I really kept was my trophies and my scrapbooks.
I was going to say about, was there any other teams that you early signed for but didn't in the end? Someone just put Ivan Shears. JD, do you remember almost signing for Oxford in '95? Seem to remember you turning up at press day. Thought.
Yeah, no, I did ride at press day. I actually rode and went pretty quick. And they asked me if I'd be interested in riding or not. And I was like, no. I went, Peter Schrock was with me, actually, believe it or not, that day.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah. And I just went up there and had a skid, had a bit of a play on a bike. I do remember that.
Flipping out. They were trying to rope you in.
Yeah.
Straight away.
Yeah.
So was the
first couple of laps were a bit fucking rabbity.
Yeah.
But after that, yeah.
I've got Sue Pollard here. She just wrote, should have said Sportac, bloody typo. She's put, back in the 80s, I was working. Yeah, she just put, back in the 80s, I was working in a supermarket in Gillingham. Maureen Pierce always shot there. We got talking about Speedway, and she asked me who my favourite rider was at Paul. Well, John, of course. She, some weeks later, brought John and Kevin Smith in the shop, and John gave me a signed photo. So you remember Dave and Maureen, who made, I think, she said it was supposed to say Sportac leathers.
Yeah, Sportac leathers. Yeah, of course I remember Dave and Maureen.
Wow. A
very big part in my life. Dave unfortunately died a couple of years ago, 2.5 years ago maybe. But he was very instrumental in, he tried to organise my life and taught me how to organise myself. He was part owner of Sportac Leathers and Gloves.
Yeah.
There's a big company in Gillingham called Chester Jeffries Gloves.
Yeah.
And there was his partner was a guy called Neil Han. Neil Han was go-kart freak.
Yeah.
And they made leathers for go-karting, for grass track, that sort of thing. And I was kind of like the first reasonable named rider they got involved with. And when I started wearing black and golds, and they thought I was crazy, but they sold a lot of leathers. Then they started sponsoring PC. They never sponsored Michael. I think, they might have given him 1 or 2 sets of leathers, but they were very, very loyal and very good people. Dave Pearce particularly. He was a really, really good guy. A really good guy.
They were a good influence then. That was a good.
Say it again.
They were good people, good influence on.
Yeah, no, David was a really good human being, and like he used to help me a bit with some funny what's his name was asking me about the sponsorship. David did help me a bit with sponsorship, but I'm saying 99% of it I would do myself.
Yeah.
But sponsorship then was equally as hard as it is now. And if you sent out 100 portfolios, if you got 5 replies, 10 replies, but I used to phone up to find out who the marketing director would be of the company. And I'd direct it to him, not to just the company, or not to the marketing department. And then, but then I'd always chase it up with a phone call. I'd try and work out exactly which day whatever I sent would land. And then I'd try and phone them that day, because if you phone them the next day, they've probably had another 10 or 15 arrive. And they've forgotten all about you. So you had to be very persistent.
Yeah, you were on it,
Yeah, but you have to be, and it's
of course.
And that was how Lee got a lot of his sponsorship as well. But Coastal were they were a good sponsor.
Because
Coastal,
didn't they sponsor the Swindon Robins as well at one point?
don't even
I remember
fucking
the
go.
pink.
That was a they sponsored me and Lee.
Yeah.
Coastal came to me and asked me to price running a team from a factory unit.
Yep.
With 3 to 4 bikes each, like proper engine setups, with like if I wanted my engines done by Lanty, then obviously I'd have 4 engines tuned by him. Whoever Lee wanted his engines for, tires, wheels, vans, the whole bit. Okay, and even then it was coming out at about 75 grand for the year, 80 grand.
Oh yeah.
And they hadn't said no, but this is John Anderson. He asked me to price it all out for say 2-rider team plus mechanics full time.
Yeah.
So that was what it was kind of coming out around that sort of money. So then the management at Swindon thought it'd be a very good idea to knock on Coastal's door.
Okay.
To see what kind of sponsorship might be available for the team, as they sponsored two of the team's riders anyway.
Okay.
They offered them the fucking team for 10 grand.
No.
The whole team. But that's typical of Speedway.
Yeah.
They just fuck themselves every fucking opportunity. They couldn't go and find themselves a sponsor, could they? So they have to try and poach a sponsor that belongs to your riders.
It's like lazy work, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, but it just pisses people off as well. It pissed
It
me off
ruined
massively.
Because it ruined all that part of it. Then you could have had a really good.
Oh, you'd had a great setup. And just I could never get over that. That really pissed me off, to be fair.
Yeah, I bet. Because I remember all them pink coats and all that.
Yeah, well, their colours were never pink. Their colours were Pantone burgundy and the pale blue. And I just went to see John Anderson. I just said, look, what about if we went fluorescent pink and Pantone blue and just got rid of the burgundy? He said, well, it's not really you shouldn't really be doing it. I said, well, let me get some stuff made and see what you think of it. And once it was made and he saw it, he just went, yeah. And Wolf Clothing as well, they were not very big at the time, or they weren't really massive in Speedway.
Yeah.
And they made all the mechanic stuff and everything else, and it all took off. Simon had it all done in green. Exactly the same stuff, but his colours were green, weren't they?
Yeah. Because they must have done all right there. I think I even had a coat of one of them pink coats.
There you go.
Yeah, everyone had one of them. And everyone still remembers them now, by the way, because if you ever chat on some of the things, they go, have you remember them coastal pink jackets? Like, yeah, everyone never forgets them ones. In all the years since 49, everyone remembers the coastal pink jackets.
Yeah, they do, but that's really weird.
Like you said, that's the whole point, isn't it? It sticks out, shows out. Everyone
exactly. It's so it did its job, didn't it?
Yeah. People still talk about all your stuff you had and set up and all that now as well.
Yeah, but they shouldn't. They should have forgotten all about me by now, shouldn't they?
Of course they, but it just shows you what that does. Who's going to be talking about what someone's wearing now? No chance.
Well, nobody.
No, exactly. You wouldn't remember anything, would you?
No. And that's what's so sad.
Yeah, it is sad. Yeah, it is. It is, mate. What about team managers? Who were the team managers you got on with and liked the most?
Mick Bell. Ron Byford was good.
Yeah.
Mick Bell. Yeah. Shannon Pleck was the best team manager.
Was he?
Yeah. Being the team bus, he'd have the beer guy on the way to the meeting.
Was he?
No, Shannon was a really good team manager. Mick Bell was a very, very good team manager too. Brian Leonard, not really. Um, Tony Lewis was a very good team manager at Poole. Not that I rode much for him, but he was a very good friend and looked at, yeah, he used to, whenever I crashed, he'd always straighten my frames for me. He made all the jigs for my frames for me.
Yeah.
And so I used to look after my frames, make sure they were straight. Yeah, Eric Bucock was a very good England team manager. And obviously Colin Pratt. I mean, Colin was the creme de la creme of the team managers.
Yeah. Would you never fancied that?
What's that?
Team managing?
What, for you mean generally or for England? Or?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Nah.
No.
For what? What's the point? Neil loves it. It would just do my head in.
Yeah. I suppose
There's
they've all got their own
interest.
ways of trying to get to the riders and trying to influence them mentally.
Yeah, no, it's like if you read what Glenn said about when I was helping him at that meeting at Poole, is knowing what to say and when to say it. And the only way you know that is if you've been a top line rider.
Exactly.
And you know what to say and when to say it, or, and everybody's different. Some people you motivate by kicking them in the bollocks. Another one you motivate by putting your arm around them and saying, come on, you can do this.
Yeah. That's the same as a football manager.
Of course, it's understanding human nature. You have to understand your individuals.
Yeah. Like you said, you're almost feel like a psychiatrist. You're almost trying to.
You are. It's exactly what you
figure
are.
out how they tick. Yeah, you're trying to figure out how they tick.
You are a psychiatrist.
Yeah. I remember. That's what.
Eh?
But yeah, like you said, former riders, and like you said, you know when not to say nothing as well, because obviously you've been through everything. You know when they're seriously pissed off or whatever.
No, definitely.
So you understand what they're feeling in them situations when things are not working or whatever.
100%.
Definitely,
you have to know.
Former riders.
And yeah, but it needs to be as well. Not all former riders are particularly intelligent. Some are more intelligent than others. You do need to have a brain.
Yeah.
You do need to have a brain, I think.
What's his name at Wolves?
Peter Adams.
Yeah, Peter Adams. He's supposed
fantastic
to be
team manager.
Yeah. I hear a lot about him. That was terrible about Wolves. What was your thoughts when you heard about Wolves? That was always one of the mainstays.
Clark Osborne's not been up there as well, has he?
I wouldn't be surprised.
What have they done there? Are they building on that?
I know they've I saw all the pictures online on Facebook and stuff of them taking it all down literally straight away, all the fence, everything. So I'm not sure exactly what's happening there. I think they're still doing dog racing there as well, don't they?
I haven't got a clue.
So I know they want to try and get another venue, but we know how hard that is this day and age. With all the
it's not going to happen, is it?
No, it's very difficult, isn't it? It's not easy.
Well, yeah, maybe sort of
talking years,
40 miles away, but not.
Yeah.
You won't get another venue at Wolverhampton, will you?
That's the thing that's worrying me with Swindon. Someone said, "Oh yeah, but I'd rather it than nothing." But are people going to go 45 minutes for a Swindon meeting?
Yeah, but you end up in Wales.
Yeah, it could be 45 minutes.
Well, it depends how fast you drive, but you wouldn't be far away in 45 minutes.
Yeah, you guys back in the day, Jesus. Dad talking about flat out. Well. Yeah, flat out with trailers on. My dad always used to bring up stories about you. He goes, bloody John would be a bugger in the car if he was with him. It's just the way he said it. He would do something, and then we'd get stuck at the traffic lights, and people running down the road trying to.
Oh, we used to do all sorts of stuff. We used to throw curry sauce at cars and chain spray out the windows. And first thing somebody does is the windscreen wiper, isn't it? When we were abroad, we used to have shaving foam or squirty cream. And we'd get people to the traffic lights saying, "Excuse me." And this was the worst thing we ever did to anybody. You say, "Excuse me, do you speak English?" And they go, "No, no." And just the lights are going to green, you squirt them around the face with squirt cream all over the face, stuff like that. Just really
Yeah,
childish.
that was the stories that Dad told me.
Really childish things, but just fun.
Mm.
But
Here we
never
go.
did nothing to hurt anybody.
Someone said Wolves dogs are going to a horse race stadia, building houses on the stadium. It's pretty
Okay,
much the
no.
same steel, isn't it? Bit of land, get some more houses on there. It's like the same as everywhere. They need to build some bloody more hospital, and they need another hospital in Swindon. The size of Swindon now just keeps expanding, but everyone else is the same.
Yeah, but they don't think
Same,
of that, do they?
same hospital, same like facilities. It's like Jesus Christ. You know what it's like now with the NHS? About 3 years to get seen to do anything.
If you're lucky. That's
Yeah,
if you're
exactly.
lucky.
Yeah, exactly.
But then do you really want to see the NHS?
No. No. I went out there with kidney stones last, and I was literally pretty much left to rot. And I thought to myself, unless I'm pretty much dying, I'm not going up there. Which, to be honest, kidney stones does feel like you're dying, but
No,
I'll
but
get some
they're
liquid.
painful. But it's
Yeah,
just
I'll
the
get
whole
some
thing
liquid
now, isn't
morphine.
it? It's all about control.
Yeah,
With the
bad.
government, everything's about controlling us.
Yeah,
That's why electric cars will only do 200 miles. They don't want you going 400 miles and 500 miles.
yeah, yeah. My daughter's just got a house, and literally all of them now have got to be built with the electrical charger thing on the side of the house, whether you've got one or not. It's like trying to
Bullshit.
force it, aren't they? Trying to force it. You
Hey?
got you back? You back again tomorrow to Longleat again? You said you're there till
Yeah, we
January the
start.
4th.
So we'll be back there tomorrow by sort of 10 o'clock in the morning. Open
Yeah.
for about 11 o'clock. And see what materializes. See if we can earn a living.
Yeah. I was just about to say, is it the catering business? Is that getting back on track now since the COVID side of things? Because that was a big thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's right back up there again now. Yeah,
Oh, that's good. That's good.
but it was
Yeah,
even
that's
in
good.
COVID. It was we had one unit on the side of the road by a big pub,
Yeah.
and it was like doing between 800 and 1,200 pounds a day.
Oh, yeah.
Which
So
is
it's still.
better than a kick in the bollocks. And
Yeah, exactly that.
we had a coffee unit at Buckler's Hard, which belongs to Bewley Museum. They
Yeah.
own Buckler's Hard. Buckler's Hard is where the Armada ships were built.
Mhm.
And that was doing grand a day,
Oh,
7 days a week. It's like all the people walking the dogs by the river.
yeah.
So
I
it was
remember you
like,
telling me about the story when you were thinking about going into a business. I remember you telling me about that. You were like, "Man, they do all right, don't they?" The old turned
you
it into
wouldn't,
an amazing
unbelievable,
business. Yeah.
unbelievable. I mean,
Still doing? Did you still
really
do any
good
of the
dog.
motocross and that?
Sorry?
You still do like the British GP and stuff like that, and the
We did
motocross?
we did the Nations in Ernie.
Yeah, France. That was amazing, wasn't
We've been doing the British GPs for the last 10 years, 12 years.
it? Yeah.
And we're doing the Nations in Winchester next year.
Yes, I'll be there doing it. I'll have to come over there. You know? Do you normally go there as well?
Yeah, always.
All right.
I don't
Damn.
if our units are open, I will be there.
All right. Okay. So I went to there this year for the GP and took photos, trackside. So
There wasn't many
I'll
people
be there
there
for
this
the.
year, was there?
No, I sure was better be busy for the nations. Hopefully the
Sorry?
weather will be all right.
Oh
Hopefully
no,
the
it'd be
weather will
massive.
be all right for the
Nations would be
nations.
massive there.
It'd be massive, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But
Have to
then it
come and
was
visit.
really, really wet, wasn't it? 4 years ago?
Yeah. Yeah. So you had that massive. I didn't realise you had a flipping massive thing with the old marquee thing and all that, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a massive bar there. We had a 60-meter
Yeah.
bar.
Yeah.
And then
You
we
sent me
had
the
all the
pictures.
entertainment, the bars and the entertainment as well.
You're still doing all the big horse racing stuff. And,
Yeah, Newbury and Longleat. This is the longest we've been at one venue for. Like it's I think 56 days open. which is like massive,
Yeah.
and it takes a lot of organising. We're in a like here, we're in a rented house,
Yeah.
and it's you know, we've got there's 6 of us staying here, so a bit of fun.
Bit of fun going on. I do appreciate you coming on because I know you've been busy and flat out all over the Christmas period and all that. But
Oh, it's okay. It's a pleasure.
it's a bit of a thing now, the Christmas with JD now. We've got to keep that going.
No, it's a pleasure. Listen, it's a
Yeah,
pleasure.
I love you having you on. It's always good to speak to you as well. It's always good fun as well, which always makes it good.
You got to have a
do as
giggle.
well. Yeah, you're a legend as well, so it's awesome to do.
No, a leg
Thanks
end.
for doing it, buddy.
Right. It's a leg end.
Leg end. Yeah, leg end. No, I wouldn't say that to you. Yeah, we'll definitely do something again because we've got to keep these chats going. John, everyone enjoys yours. Yours are still, like I said to you, you said piss off. I wasn't joking. I said all my
Hey?
YouTube videos, all the people I've had on, yours have always been the most viewed ever. So
Well,
say no more. Say no more.
Salem. Thank
Cheers
you.
to that.
People must be very, 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 very sad wanting to hear me, but there we go.
We all
I
enjoy
feel
it.
honoured and privileged, my boy.
Yes, very good. Much appreciated, Mr. Davis.
No problem. You take care.
It was good.
Just
And
fuck
you,
off.
mate.
I'm going to go and have a drink now.
Yeah. I was going to say you must have a trifle. Right, thanks, mate. Much love to you.
Merry
Cheers,
Christmas.
mate.
Happy New Year.
And a
Bye,
happy New Year to you,
everybody.
my friend. Cheers, mate.
No.
Legend. Mr. John Davis. What a ledge. Great fun as always with Mr. Davis. Didn't feel like I didn't feel. I thought we got a lot of. Don't like we got a lot of good information in there as well. We weren't too naughty, were we? Hi, mate. How's it going? Is that Kev? You in the Southbrook, Kev? The last orders, isn't it? Roscoe got the last orders down the Southbrook. I need to put down there and have a couple of drinks in the Southbrook. Thanks for coming on, Martin. Cheers for coming on, David. Thanks for everyone coming on. There was so many on tonight. There was like well over 100 on live all night. Brilliant. What's that? Just shy of 4 hours. Great chat with John. I could speak to him for days. Full of knowledge, full of mayhem as well. He's brilliant. Absolutely love speaking to him. It was great to actually meet him in person at last at the Swindon reunion thing they had there not long ago, and see Barry Briggs and all those guys. It was amazing. Mike Keane and who else does he? Barry Duke, obviously Barry Briggs. My Uncle Martin was there. Not sure he is. It's what businessmen do, isn't it? I was even thinking to myself, I'm so tempted to go down because it's only about an hour for me to go to the Longleat Safari Park. Probably like go and take Poppy down there and Laney, go down in the van, and then try and seek out Mr. Davis. Probably charge me double, won't he, for food? Yeah, 100%, Gary. No problem. Hopefully, it was a bit of entertainment for you guys over the Christmas period. Like I said, I've spoke to Hans Nielsen the other day, and he said he'll do a live with me. It'd be cool, so you can get all your questions into the professor. I've done one with him before, but that was a good time's flying by now, and it's like about 3 years ago. Did that with Hans Nielsen now as well, and like I said, I spoke to Nicky Pedersen. Just actually going to message Nicky Pedersen now, so I remember saying he said we'll sort it out in January, so hopefully. We can sort that out because I've been chasing Nicky Pedersen for about 3 or 4 years. And we've had a couple of conversations. I bumped into him in the Cardiff pits, which was good. So I was like, grabbed her. I was like, Nicky. Shook his hand and I was like, we need to do the live, my friend. And he was like, yeah, we will. Like, Nicky, we need you on. We know that's going to be good. And me. I need to know who that is. I'll find out in a minute when I go online. people for this motocross bike that I've got. They're offering me like 3 bags of crisps and a Cadbury's cream egg. Probably would normally have took that, to be fair. Oh, Jesus. I always have to explain everything. I'm even on there going, look, my mum like lent me the money to get this, like, and they're like offering me, what's this one saying? A road legal 125 and packet of, what's that? 6-pack of multi Monster Munch and boiled egg, apparently. No problem, Malcolm. Hope you had a good time. Just to let you all know, my YouTube channel, Motocross and Speedway Memories, literally is MX and one of them. There you go. It's easy to show, isn't it? Motocross and Speedway Memories. You can just go on YouTube, especially over this time when you're got on your holidays and things like that. If you're in bed, a bit bored, you know, people flick through your YouTube or whatever, you can go onto my channel, can subscribe. There's 225 videos on there now. So I've got all my videos from the times. Look, all my videos from the times of I did Skype interviews. Look, I got Todd Wilkshire, Martin Slaminski, Martin Dugard, Chris Harris, Scott Nichols, Gary Havelock, Hans Nielsen, Lee Adams, Bruce Pennell, Roscoe, Jason Crump. Lots of when I first did the Skypes like 4 years ago. And then obviously then I went into the live videos. So I've done all them. Like, you should check them all out. You can watch them in your own time when you're not busy or just want something to do. You can check it out. I've got loads on there. Andy Graham, Ronnie Corrie, Mark Laram, John Davis, the first one. So that's like 3 years ago. Paul Hurry, Simon Cross, which I've got to visit again because his internet wasn't very good at the time, but now he's got some super duper internet in France, so I need to message him. Ollie Allen, Chris Morton, Hans Nielsen. That was funny as well because I did 3 hours of Hans Nielsen. He was like, that was a marathon. And then I remember Eric Gunderson going, I'm not doing 3 hours like Hans Nielsen, Lee. And I'm like, yeah, no worries, Eric. I'd be happy if I had 10 minutes for you. You come on 3 hours later. Per Johnson, super cool. Ollie Olsen, did a couple of Ollie Olsen. That Christmas special, when was that? When was that? Christmas special was 3 years ago. John Davis, 3 years ago already. Neil Middleditch, the Cobra, Steve Luxton, and Dennis Segala. So I'm going to do one with Dennis Segala's on his own. Eric Gunderson and Bruce Pennell together was brilliant. I did Alan Carter, Kenny Carter's brother, road racer as well, ex-GP winner. So that was a cool one. Chris Holder, Alf Busk, Paco Castagna, who I shocked with his hero Stefan Everts, 10 times motocross champion. I brought him on the screen, and Paco's reaction is brilliant. Even if you just want to watch his reaction, go on there and watch Paco's Castagnas. His reaction before and after he went, when we thought he went, I put him to the bottom of my screen down here in my little studio thing down here when they're wait before I bring him in. And he was watching Paco's reaction after he thought he'd gone. Lawrence Hare, that was really cool to do. Greg Hancock, Chris Louie and Jeremy Doncaster together. Joe Screen, that was awesome because I chased Joe for a while. Darcy Ward, that was really cool. Bradley Wilson Dean, love Bradley. Luke Becker, Peter Carlson. I always speak to Peter Carlson still now. He sent me a picture yesterday of how much snow there is in Sweden, which I'm like, oh, we need snow for Christmas. Ollie Olsen, that was the second one. Sam Malenko, that was mint. Peter's brother, Mikhail Max. Speak to him on Snapchat as well. He's cool. Sean McConnell, he was on tonight. Did a cool live with him. Alan Graham, check that out. Jan Anderson, Barney Kennett, the Selfie King. That was cool with Barney. We had good fun. Brian Carger, that was John Davis, the second one. When was that? So that was a year ago. So that was a year ago. The last one I did with John. That was quite funny the way we started it with his song that he was sung back in the day. I don't think he was too impressed with that one though. Lance King with a guest appearance from Bruce Pennell come on to say hello to Lance. That was cool. Calvin Tatum, that's another one, by the way. I've spoke to Calvin Tatum. I didn't even announce that one. I've spoke to Calvin Tatum because we were talking about this is a year ago. Look, when not this Cardiff just got on the Cardiff before. I did it the week before. I did Gary Avalot, Chris Morton, and Calvin Tatum leading up to the one that Bewley won. And doing a part 2 with Calvin. I was going to do it before Christmas, then some plans changed, but so I'm going to do it in January as well. So I'm definitely doing Hans Nielsen in January. Definitely doing part 2 with Calvin Tatum. Got to speak to these guys. I've got to rearrange with Richard Knight. Glenn Cunningham tonight said he can do it from February. Got to speak to Nigel Flatman. Ben Barker was on tonight. Got to sort out Colin Richardson. Nicky Pedersen said he's going to do it. I got superstar motocross supercross champion. He was 125 world champion, 250 world motocross champion. Then he went into America and won all the AMA supercross and AMA motocross. Jean-Michel Bale, JMB. Nearly killed over when he messaged me back and said he would do it in January. Who else? Jano Pedersen, that was really cool. I chased him for quite a while. Doug Wire, Nigel Crabtree, Sam Masters, Peter Collins. Chased that Peter for a while to do that. Jeremy Doncaster, that was really cool. Sean Tacey, loved all these. Graham Jones, that was really good, fun. And then I did Bruce Pennell, not all that long ago. How long ago was that now? Oh, just get past this bit. What's that saying? 5 months ago, just did the live with Bruce Pennell on his own, so that was cool. Roscoe, that was really good. Martin Dugard, Steve Schofield, Marvin Cox was the marathon one. 4 to 5 hours I did with Marvin. It was cool to meet him at Oxford this year as well, and he took me out in the centre green, so that was super cool. Neil Middleditch, check that out as well. Had good fun with Neil. Did one with that Christmas special, but I did this one on his own. So that was really good to talk about all his career and all the managing and everything. So that was really good. Love Neil. Rick Miller, that was a cool one. I'd been chasing him for quite a while. Bruce Cribb, I know he's gone back home now. But I did get him before he went back home. Mike Broadbank, that was really cool for me to do as a Swindon fan as well. He's a proper legend as well. And then I did a live with Barry Briggs for a quarter of an hour just outside the hotel at the Swindon Robins reunion thing. So that was super cool to meet him in person. And he signed my program board I'm doing for a competition. Don't forget, I'm still doing this competition now. I will put it back out there again because I did it before Christmas. And obviously everyone's been busy. But 1985, look. 1985. One of the golden hammers that all the riders got. Oh, God. Falling over. Billy Hamill, that was really cool to do. That was really cool. Did a long time with Billy Hamill. That was super cool. Did a cool one as well with Rory Flynn a couple of weeks ago. And then the Scottish legend himself, Mr. Bert Harkins. That was cool. And now JD tonight. We had a lot of people on again tonight. And like I said, good bit of viewing. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. But you had plenty of snacks and plenty of drinks. Oh, yeah, I'd love to get Hanker's stuff soon. I've messaged him a couple of times on Facebook. But I don't think he's on it very much. So I need a contact for Henker. Who can hook me up for Henker? Maybe I could speak to one of the Swedes. I wonder if Jimmy Nelson, Peter Narlene, who else do I know Swedish? Per Jonsson. Wonder if them guys can hook me up. I have tried to get hold of Tony Olsen as well. Did get hold of his wife on Facebook and then got Tony Olsen's email. So I'm trying to revisit that. He agreed and then he didn't want to do one. And then I think I'll try and chase that up. So I'll try and chase that up, try and get Tony Olsen on. He worked in the GP afterwards as well, so I would like to speak to him. And he come to Swindon. He was always Reading as well, wasn't he? And I'd like to get Tony Olsen on. So yeah, hopefully we're gonna have a busy January. Keep them all going with the darker nights and the winter times. Get a lot more of you guys and girls are on in the darker nights in the winter, sitting down in the evening. So we'll go all out for the next 3 or 4 months and see how we get on. Always chasing your dreams, always chasing the dream. Always chasing all these heroes and legends that we love. So I'll keep doing my best. Hope to be down Oxford Speedway a fair bit this year. them being in 3 leagues and got nothing in Swindon. So I wouldn't mind just pop down a pool as well a couple of times. Get down there. I've got to try and get up to Ipswich as well. I did speak to Chris Louis when he came to my reunion, and he said I could go up there. And I'm going to hang out with the Hare brothers, and going to meet Jeremy Doncaster and all them guys. Would be super cool. That'd be cool. And hopefully Tacey and all them boys. Met Tacey briefly at the British Championship motocross this year when I made my debut doing the commentary for the British Championship. So I'm going to try and go off and have something to eat. Maybe we don't. Well, they are cheeselets, but they're named treelets on here as well. You might have seen that in the background. I think John Davis mentioned tonight. This Pusey's jacket, look, his touring jacket. It's got on there, look, Australia, New Zealand, and the old lion, look. So that'll be a competition as well. And I've got a signed Barry Briggs book and a signed Over Major book, you know, with all the photos, and it's packed with cool stuff in there. So that'll be another couple of small competitions. I'm thinking about even doing one for this. Maybe even just a live auction online. I'm going to try this because I said I was going to do something for charity. Someone's doing some motocross, a former British champion, Brad Anderson. He's got a load of, they've got some signed kit or something off of him, and I'm going to do like, going to try a live auction for the first time. I've done loads of competitions, but not an actual live auction. But I'm going to try it for charity for them guys on some motocross gear. For I'm sure it's to do with children, but I'll double check that first. But I might do one with this. I did swap all this for some motocross shirts that a young lad wanted to hang up. But yeah, it's one of them things. I sort of like the memorabilia, but I know some people are really fanatical about it. I like to have a few bits that I can hang up, and I've got loads of shirts signed, stuff like that. When they obviously tend to sign it to me personally, I wouldn't ever do anything with that. But this was a swap, so I might do this. So there's Lee Adams' signature on his Daytona boot here. That's his last boot he wore at his testimonial, the last meeting he rode at Swindon. Apparently, come off the track. This guy who got it got him to. He literally took the boot off in front of him and signed it, and then passed it to him. So. See, look, it was in good nick. It was just literally, yeah. So it was signed by Lee Adams, his last boot he wore at Swindon Speedway for his testimonial. All the Polish people were over as well, and massive banners and making it like a football atmosphere. But I might do a live auction on that. See if anyone's interested in that. That'd be a cool bit. Don't forget the man, look, Steve Irvin. Check him out online. I've done a proper one on my dad that I've got to get framed because behind that is Eric Gunderson. Got a Bruce Pennell one over here, Michael Lee, where I'm chasing. I'd love to get Michael Lee on a live. Hopefully I can get him on at some point. And Gary Havelock, like, they're really cool. And then you can put them in the frames and stuff. But yeah, check him out on Facebook as well. He does a good job of all that. So before I go, much love to you all. We've got lots to chase over the coming months. By the way, these are not all like weird tattoos. This is my daughter, my old motocross race number. I don't know what that was. Astronaut, that was a ladybird, and I've got some other weird ones. I have a spider there, and an alien's face there. My daughter, Popolina, who had a tattoo thing, so she was tattooing everyone on Christmas Day. So yeah. Much love from me dad. Always leave with his saying that he always said to me, it's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice. So always leave all the live interviews on that note. Keep your eye out on the social medias. Please spread the word about Motocross and Spear members. Be much appreciated. Always the wrong way around when you're looking at the screen. Motocross and Spear members. Spread the word. Get on there. It's free to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Get on there. Watch these interviews when you can in your own spare time, in bed, before you go to sleep. Those sorts of things. It's always cool to go through. I need to actually start watching a couple myself. Never watched any yet. in the 3 or 4 years I've done, and because you're doing all the photos and listening to comments and looking at the comments, you don't tend to sometimes some of it's a blur. So there is some that I really love to watch back, but hopefully I'll be able to do that at some point. Busy at the minute. Trying to get the. I will let you all know about the Motocross and Speedway Memories Reunion 4 we're on now. Going to try and get a lot more Speedway guys into it this year. I've always obviously had a lot of motocross legends. We even had 3 times world champion Dave Foote, which was a crazy dream. In the last reunion last year, well, this year still, isn't it? It was absolutely nuts to give out trophies and everything as well. We had so many cool British and world motocross legends there. It's crazy. Andy Graham has been at every single one as well, the 1982 British champion. He will be there, hopefully, again for Reunion 4. And I want to get a few more Speedway guys there. I've had Chris Louis ride before. I've had Paul Lee, Robbie Kessler, Ronnie Corey come to watch, which was awesome. Barney Kennett come to visit us as well at one of the reunions. It's just really cool to get them guys there. So hopefully I'm going to get a few more Speedway riders for the next reunion. Would be cool. Maybe we could get Mr. Tacey down for the weekend as well, because he still races motocross as well. So it'd be cool to get Sean Tacey down. I'd love to get like Dave Norris there. And it's lovely Mrs. Ellie. I'd love to get them guys come down for the weekend, things like that. Even if they want to come down and watch, just get involved, get them in the commentary. Imagine doing a bit of commentary with Dave Norris. That'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? So keep your eye out. Spread the word on Motocross Speedway Memories. I just want the fans to be able to see loads of the interviews we've done. Still need to get it out there as much as we can. And yeah, much love to you all. And Happy New Year, by the way, everyone. So what we got now? It's Wednesday, about to be Thursday. So we've only got what till Sunday night, innit? New Year's Eve. I'm actually going out on New Year's Eve. Can't remember the last time I went out on New Year's Eve. But yeah, my Poppy Grace, hopefully check that tomorrow. Well, she's actually already texted me, so tell her I've just remembered. She texted me to say thanks for mentioning him on my live, Dad, so bless her. And Sophie, I think, told her for me that I was going to say something about it tonight, so she's happy. So much love to you all. Take it easy. Have a great, hope you've all had a good Christmas, and plenty to come in the new year, and I'll do my best. Hopefully get to see a load of you guys and girls around at some of the speedways. Like I said, I'm going to try and go down the pool a couple of times. I'll try and go to Exeter. Not Exeter. I wish I was going to Exeter. But I'll be going down to Oxford definitely a few times next year. Going to Jill and Andy's wedding anniversary in January. That'd be cool. So I'm definitely going. That just brings that to note. I'm going to go to Birmingham a couple of times. I'd like to go up there, see the Grahams, and go to Birmingham Speedway. That'd be cool. I haven't been there since Sophie, my oldest now, is 21. She was a teenager. I went there to watch the Relevant meeting. That I think Hans Andersen was about to race for Swindon. So what was that? Don't even know if Poppy was born. 2012. I think that's the last time I went to Birmingham. And obviously I tried to go to, I did go and see the Andy Graham talk with the supporters club. I hadn't seen that and stayed in the hotel right next to it. Because I was supposed to go to the Alan Graham memorial meeting. And both times I was going, it got postponed. And then I had the reunion, so I couldn't go to the rearranged one. So that was a bummer. So fingers crossed we can get actually there to see that. So fingers crossed. Much love to you all. Keep an eye on everything. Like I said, I'll post it on social media. If you ever see me post up I'll post up the recording of this interview tomorrow. You just shared it on your social medias. It shares it to all your family and friends that might like Speedway or whatever. That'd be super cool. And get people joining in on the Facebook group, Motocross Speedway Memories. We've gone past the 12,000 mark now, which is really cool. I've been changing the photo at the top all the time, so don't take too much notice of the photo at the top. I'm changing that all the time. So we've got my group. There's also a page as well. I've got a Facebook page and group. So there's the Facebook page as well. You can check it out. On Twitter. That was on live tonight on Twitter. My Twitter is Ashby Robbins for myself. And then my Motocross and Speedway Memories Twitter is MX Speedway. And I'm on Instagram under Ashby Robbins as well as my own one, and then I got MX Speedway Memories on Instagram as well, which I believe went on there live tonight. So if anyone could give me any feedback on that, I've never tried it before. StreamYard that I'm on, got my Facebook, the group, the page, YouTube channel, Twitter, and actually was streaming to my 2 Instagrams tonight, apparently. So it's the first time StreamYard's sorted that out with things. So if someone can give me some feedback, if they watched anything on Instagram at all, or know anyone that did, please let me know if it went through all right. No idea. It's the first time we tried it, so you have to let me know. But much love to you all. Have a good New Year's Eve. Happy New Year to you all, and see you soon. Keep an eye on all the posts. Much love.